Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American comic. Feeding the Wolf Girl. Why is she clinging to me? Part 1. Kuna, Afghanistan. The sun was fierce, and dust drifted through the dry air. Among the yellowish buildings, civilians wrapped in turbans with pistols at their waists moved through the noisy marketplace to do their shopping. On the second floor balcony of an earthen building, a withered cactus sat by the railing. A burnt-out cigarette was stubbed out and casually flicked away, tracing an imperceptible arc through the scorching air before falling into the swarming heads below. A moment later, a cry of pain and cursing drifted up from below. Some lucky fellow's turban had been set ablaze by the cigarette butt. He raised his hands high, shouting angrily in the local dialect, but to onlookers, the posture looked like some sort of impassioned proclamation, even carrying a hint of fanatical, "Long live the Holy Father," fervor. And so, the misunderstanding occurred. The next moment, gunfire suddenly erupted. That lasted for about half a minute. Afterward, peace was restored once more. Oh my, why are they setting off firecrackers so early in the morning? The culprit, Green, reclined on a balcony lounge chair, his handsome and cold face showing not a shred of guilt, but rather a playful look as if he hadn't heard enough. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of floral boxers, soaking in a natural sunbath. A sharp scar slashed down from the corner of his lip, adding a touch of irresistible hardness to his features. Perfect serratus anterior muscles rose and fell with his breath alongside abdominal muscles lightly beaded with sweat. He was Green Morgan, a three-good youth, of 21st century Blue Star. Good for money, good for lust, and good for fun. He had no vices except for studying. Now it was much the same. Good for money, good for lust, and good for killing, everything was a vice except for studying. When he came to this world, he brought a template system with him. His initial template was Tyrant of Heaven. Killing living beings increased his height, and killing the strong increased it even more. He had no aversion to killing. The first person he slaughtered was the truck driver who sent him to this world. He took a giant leap, his body splattering across the entire windshield to block the driver's vision, and the truck smashed through the guardrail and fell into the sea, an ultimate one-for-one trade. He hadn't enjoyed much good treatment upon arriving in this world either. An abandoned Asian child, he was already in the kill zone as soon as he entered the orphanage. If his heart hadn't been ruthless enough and his blade fast enough, he probably would have ended up reporting to Epstein Island. Everyone he met along the way afterward was a benefactor, whom he slaughtered for experience points, which was how he had survived until now. Nowadays, he was something of a freelancer, taking on any job. Case in point, SHIELD had sent ASAV Private Stark mission, and he had also conveniently accepted the Kill Stark bounty issued by Stain, waiting to see which side would offer a higher price. Beep, beep. At that moment, the communicator on the table rang. Green picked it up and pressed answer. This is Nick Fury. Have you found Tony Stark's specific location? There are more warlords here than condoms on your nightstand. I have to check them one by one. As soon as possible. The other side hung up unilaterally. As soon as your mother's possible. Green sneered and closed his fist. The communicator shattered with a crack, its components scattering across the table. His handler was Hill, not that braised egg. Did they think anyone who got hold of the communicator could command him? Just then, a shout came from downstairs. Green knew the time had come. He stood up, opened the door, and leaned down to squeeze through the narrow doorframe. On the large bed in the bedroom lay several beauties with fine figures, naked and only half covered by thin quilts, their skin glowing with a healthy wheat-colored sheen under the sunlight. Clearly, last night's exertion had been significant. He hadn't called for them. They were gifts from the 10 Rings gang for the buyer, Mike Thompson. Mike Thompson was the fake identity he was using this time. It had taken some effort to contact the 10 Rings gang, but they had too many strongholds, and he was too lazy to search them one by one and didn't want to alert them. So he simply enjoyed himself, waiting for the other party to lose patience and contact him proactively. "I've really sacrificed too much for America," the patriotic Green lamented. Tony Stark was a major American taxpayer. Saving him was equivalent to saving America. The logic was sound. He took out spare clothes from his duffel bag and changed. What remained in the bag was a full load of US dollars. He zipped it up, weighed it, and then picked it up and headed downstairs without a trace of lingering attachment. A convoy of several vehicles was parked on the road at the entrance, with over a dozen armed members scattered around. He casually tossed the bag of money to one of them, while another opened the rear car door. A black cloth hood was pulled over his head, and he was stuffed into the car. The car door closed, and the convoy slowly set off. He felt the bumps of the ground and silently counted the time in his head. About an hour or so later, the vehicle stopped. The door opened, and he was hauled out of the car by two men. The black cloth was pulled off, and the piercing, vicious sunlight made him squint. Surrounding him was a desolate valley, scattered with a large amount of heavy weaponry marked with the Stark Industries logo, and over 100 militants stood watch with guns, their muzzles vaguely pointed at him. In less than 2 hours, the drop from a den of pleasure to a criminal hideout was something most people couldn't bear, and they might even panic and lose their composure. But Green did not. "Did someone use this cloth over my head to wipe their ass?" He cursed unpleasantly. "Shut up," one member shouted, raising his gun. "What?" Green grinned and glanced sideways at the approaching chief. "Do your subordinates speak without using their brains? Or have they taken too many drugs?" The chief didn't respond, only giving a look. A member stepped forward holding Green's duffel bag and pulled open the zipper. He looked down, and his face was instantly covered in smiles. "Ha ha ha. Dear Mike, don't be angry." He stepped forward and patted Green's shoulder, not even looking at the gun-wielding member who had tried to show off. Boss." The man sensed the atmosphere was wrong, lowered his gun, and looked at his companions in confusion. Bang, bang, bang. Several bursts of bullets instantly turned him into a sieve. The body was then dragged away and tossed aside. "Those girls last night were pretty good, weren't they?" The chief put his arm around him affectionately. But with Green's height of 1.95 meters and his natural posture as if he were back in his own backyard, the chief, who had to stand on his tiptoes to put an arm around Green's shoulder, seemed more like a fawning lackey. "Very moist," Green said without reservation. "That's good." The chief laughed loudly, and the two of them walked into the cave side by side like brothers of many years, shamelessly chatting about dirty jokes. Of course, all of this was predicated on the fact that Green had revealed during their previous contact that he knew Tony Stark was in their hands, and that he had come without any weapons, carrying only that bag of money. Otherwise, he would probably have been hung up and dried into a human jerky after interrogation by now. Sincerity and courage, he lacked neither. No warlord would refuse such a businessman. Deep inside the cave, Tony Stark was shirtless, sweating profusely as he hammered away at an anvil. A piece of red-hot iron was gradually taking shape under his hammer, vaguely resembling the outline of a mask. He picked up the mask with tongs and dipped it into cold water. There was a hiss, as white steam billowed up. At that moment, the balding Dr. Ethan rushed in, frantically pulling a tarp to cover certain parts as soon as he entered. "What's wrong, Ethan?" Tony was confused, but he also stepped forward to help. "The chief is coming over with a young man," and seeing the chief's fawning attitude. "I suspect it's the true leader of the Ten Rings gang," Ethan whispered, speaking very quickly. "Shit." Tony didn't dare to be slow and immediately quickened his movements. In less than 2 minutes, Green and the chief walked in, followed by several armed guards. "What are you doing?" The chief's eyes darkened, and he looked suspiciously at the two men, who were covered in sweat and moving hastily. "Maybe we've interrupted their good time." Green laughed from the side, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Oh ho ho ho. So Tony Stark is into that too." The chief realized and silently backed away 2 steps. Tony Stark was also observing Green. Ethan said he was the leader, but Tony was more inclined to think he was a buyer. Yet at first glance, he felt that Ethan might be right. A burly, lean physique, a black tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt, loose white trousers, habitually standing in the shadows that the dim electric light couldn't reach, eyes narrowed, like a lurking wolf. Tony noticed that since the man entered, his gaze had swept over Tony's neck, heart, and other vital points no less than 4 times. How about it? The order you want will be finished soon. My credibility is good enough, right? The chief turned his head. He had let Green in because he wanted to tie the other party to the same boat as himself. Tony Stark's value was too high, and he didn't believe the people behind the other party's faction wouldn't be tempted. Of course it's good, Green said, reaching out and placing his hand on top of the chief's head. Now that they're here, I can rest easy. The chief was just wondering about the gesture when his neck bone suddenly made a crisp sound, like a bottle cap being opened. His head was twisted a full circle. In his final moment, he saw his own back and the horrified faces of his subordinates. What's the matter? Never seen a dead person before. Green leaned over and whispered into Big Boss's ear. Under the dim light, his eyes seemed veiled by a layer of black lines, carrying a playful chill. Look at your subordinates. All he did was turn his head, right. And yet they're scared witless. Big Boss wasn't quite dead yet. His eyeballs bulged, bloodshot, and his tongue lolled out as he made a futile attempt to breathe, but his neck had already been twisted into a gruesome braid. Anyway, thanks for being so open with me. I appreciate it, but you're useless now. Green tossed him aside casually. Big Boss fell to his knees, his head hanging limply against his back, his face staring directly at the terrified Tony Stark and Ethan. Several subordinates shouted curses, trying to summon their courage as they raised their gun barrels. Thud, thud, thud. But it wasn't gunfire that rang out, it was the dull sound of Green's knife hand piercing the air and penetrating skulls. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Green turned his head, offering Tony and Ethan what he considered a gentle smile, while simultaneously pulling his hand out of a hideous bloody hole and tossing away the brain matter. A cursed spirit resembling a human-headed earthworm emerged from the void behind him, coiling around his upper body. When humans are on the brink of death, or when their emotions suffer an extreme shock similar to death, it's possible to glimpse the outline of a cursed spirit, or even see its specific form clearly. This grotesque and terrifying scene, far beyond common sense, crushed Dr. Ethan's already strained psychological defenses. MMPH. He screamed in terror, only to have his mouth clamped shut by Tony a moment later. Shut up. Tony growled low. His face was equally pale, but his eyes were fixed on Green, forcing himself to remain calm. Which government department are you from? I'm from none of them. Green raised his hand, and the cursed spirit, ugly treasure, coiled around him opened its mouth to vomit out the inverted spear of heaven, which looked like a Jeet-style wakizashi short sword. I'm just a temp. He twirled the blade in the air, switching it to his left hand, while his right hand scooped up an AK from the ground. A sinister grin spread across his face. Are you planning to stay here and sell your asses, or are you coming with me, huh? Before his voice finished echoing, his body moved. With a bang, only an afterimage remained where he stood. His speed was so fast it almost exceeded the limits of visual and cerebral processing. The sudden explosion of air pressure forced Tony and Ethan to instinctively close their eyes. In the next moment, shrill screams and the sound of crossfire erupted within the corridor. Hurry! We have to seize this chance. Tony grabbed the dazed Ethan and rushed to the tub of still warm water, reaching in to fish out the gray iron mask submerged at the bottom. Then, he strode to Big Boss's corpse, suppressed his discomfort to pull the pistol from the man's waist, and turned to run out. Only to find Ethan still standing there like an idiot. Ethan! He roared, running back and slapping the man across the face. But the armor. Ethan finally snapped out of it. We don't have time. Follow me. Tony stared into his eyes, his tone brooks no argument. Okay, okay. Ethan nodded blankly, his weak legs moving to follow Tony, picking up a rifle from the ground along the way. The two of them hugged the wall and rushed into the corridor. Then, they froze. The corridor was filled with severed limbs and broken arms. The electric lights were stained with blood, flickering intermittently. Long, narrow bloodstains were left on the walls, slowly trickling downward. Looking closely, the expressions on the scattered heads were frozen in moments of ferocity or bewilderment, indicating the attacker had severed their necks in an incredibly short amount of time. Blah. Ethan suddenly doubled over and vomited. Go, get out. Tony covered his mouth, suppressing the surge in his throat, and dragged Ethan into a sprint forward. The further they ran toward the exit, the sparser the gunfire became, and the more anxious their hearts grew. Because their brains instinctively categorized both sides of the conflict as the same kind of monster, no matter who won, it didn't seem like there would be a good end for them. By the time they reached the corridor entrance, the gunfire had stopped. Once their eyes adjusted to the difference in light, they looked at the mess of corpses everywhere, and shock couldn't help but well up in their hearts. Green stood amidst the pile of remains, thick blood slowly dripping from the wakizashi in his hand, while he nonchalantly chewed on a piece of sausage he'd found somewhere. He pulled out his phone to record the coordinates of this place, then looked up at the two of them. The weapons here weren't worth much, but the prototype armor Tony Stark left behind was a different story. He knew a few good clients for that. You're out. Let's go then. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and flicked the blade. The blood from the blade splattered onto the face of a corpse at his feet. Those wide staring eyes were covered in red, gradually blurring into a dark crimson. Meanwhile, he acted as if he had just been here on vacation, casually inviting his companions to head back. Go. Where? To be honest, if Green had said they were going to hell, Tony would have believed him. He didn't even notice his own voice was trembling. Back to your villa for a party, obviously. Or did you get kidnapped into developing Stockholm Syndrome? Green picked up his retrieved duffel bag and walked off. He found a pickup truck with the keys still in it and turned the ignition. The engine roared to life. Tony took a deep breath and stepped toward Green. Tony. Ethan grabbed his arm hesitantly. We have no choice, Ethan, Tony said in a low voice. Hearing this, Ethan let go and followed behind him, tossing his gun away as well. He couldn't win a fight anyway. Green turned the truck around. Tony sat in the passenger seat, while Ethan climbed into the truck bed. He didn't dare sit next to Green. Green floored the gas, and the pickup truck shot out. Tony watched the shrinking 10 Rings gang base in the rearview mirror, feeling somewhat dazed. These past days had been the hardest time of his life. He had even prepared himself for a desperate final struggle. But now, he was out just like that. Just that easily. That was it. But it was good. Ethan was still here, and he was alive. Thinking of this, a surge of relief from surviving the ordeal welled up in his heart, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Coochie. Suddenly, Tony felt a cold sensation in his abdomen. The sensation of a hard object stabbing into his body was clearly transmitted back to his brain by his nerves, followed by a tearing, sharp pain. He looked down to see half the blade of a wakizashi buried in his stomach, blood slowly soaking through. The person holding the hilt was none other than Green beside him. What? Tony's expression was one of pure bewilderment. It just slipped in by accident. Does it hurt? Green asked with a face full of concern. What can I say? Tony really wanted to grab him by the collar and spit a mouthful of bloody saliva in his face. Does it hurt? Why don't you try it yourself? But the loss of blood seemed to drain all the strength from his body. His torso leaned against the seat back, sliding down uncontrollably. Why? His limbs began to go numb. Because someone paid for your life, Green answered honestly. I have more money. That's why I rescued you. Then why kill me? Because someone paid for your life. You. Tony's lips were also numb, his voice weakening. This wicked guy was clearly just toying with him. He didn't understand, he didn't comprehend, but mostly he felt unwilling. Was he really going to die in such an absurd way? Looks like the forest cobra venom is taking effect. Green reached out and pressed his hand against Tony's carotid artery, confirming the pulse had become weak. Then, he pulled out his phone, opened the camera app, held it high, and leaned his body toward Tony. The two of them were in the frame together, one with a pale face and unfocused eyes, the other smiling brightly. Cheese. Click. The photo was captured. Done. Green clicked to confirm the send. Then, he pulled the knife out of Tony's abdomen. There was very little bleeding, he had avoided vital organs, and it wasn't a through-and-through wound. Next, he fished a mini spray bottle from his pocket and sprayed it several times on the wound. A white foam quickly adhered and bonded, completely stopping the bleeding. Shield tech really isn't bad. He casually tossed the empty spray bottle away, it was a one-time use item. Then, he propped Tony's body up and fastened the seatbelt. Next, as if sensing something, he turned his head and looked through the rear window over the seat back. Ethan was staring with wide eyes, watching him with a face full of terror. Oops, I've been spotted. Green grinned. His narrow eyes and sharp-angled profile, framed by the dim light inside the car and the swirling dust, looked like a literal demon in Ethan's eyes. And then, it was his turn. Stark Industries Tower, 43rd floor boardroom. Golden sunlight spilled into the spacious room like gold leaf. Osborne's second-generation glider, the basic flight platform has been perfected, with modular weapon interfaces and low-altitude urban penetration capabilities. And their boasted, adaptive stealth coating, though I suspect it draws from some of our public satellite coating technologies. But the other party has already undergone a second inspection with the government, and a major military order is about to land. We must make a decision as soon as possible. Stan said slowly, sitting in the first seat on the left. Only a few people were present at the meeting. But an acquisition across weapon fields like this carries too high a risk. We need Tony's decision-making authority and his mind. William Gibbs, Director of Technical Security and Confidentiality, raised an objection. Come on, man, this is a guaranteed profit. Anyone with eyes can see it. Tony's life or death is currently unknown. Is the whole company supposed to wait for him to finish getting laid before he comes back to be the conductor? Stan's pen tapped lightly against the tabletop. I reserve my opinion, William said, spreading his hands. Others followed suit. Tisk. Stan's eyes lowered slightly, but as a businessman who had been around for years, he didn't write his dissatisfaction on his face. However, under the reflection of the projection screen's light, his face still appeared somewhat sinister. Just then, his phone vibrated. He turned his chair away, pulled out the satellite phone, and after seeing the photo on the screen, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he relaxed. Gentlemen, perhaps we need to look at capitalism more realistically. The market won't wait for us. Either be the house and take a large share, or be a retail investor picking up scraps, not knowing when you'll be kicked out. He turned back, his tone becoming firm as he was the first to raise his hand. I favor cooperating with the Osborne Company. This move surprised the others. William had just clearly stated his position, yet Stan remained so firm. With his years of experience, it was impossible for him not to see the situation of the meeting. After all, Tony's death had not yet been confirmed. But he seemed to have received a message just now. Could it be? So, this was a signal. The Osborne deal was a signal, telling them they had to pick a side. I agree, Victoria, the financial director, was the first to raise her hand. Very good, Stan smiled. I agree as well. Agreed. Opposed. Abstain. The people in the meeting expressed their stances one after another. Although a few people remained on the sidelines, Stan knew he had won. Then it's settled. If Tony returns, I will explain it to him personally. Stan casually tossed his pen aside, stood up, and pushed back his chair. He walked to the glass curtain wall, overlooking the city skyline, ambition surging in his eyes as he sneered inwardly. If he can even come back. At the airport, heatwaves distorted and surged on the horizon as a pickup truck drove slowly toward the tarmac. An unmarked transport helicopter was parked ahead, where several people had already been waiting. Screech. The vehicle screeched to a halt. Green rolled down the window, and passionate rock music wafted out from inside the truck. In the passenger seat, Tony was hooded and slumped in his chair. "Hi, Mike, was the hunt successful?" The man with the earring leading the group stepped forward. "None left alive. You can go and sign for the Stark Industries Specialties now." Before coming here, Green had already reached a cooperation agreement with another local warlord. The other party would take over the Ten Rings gang's stronghold, and in exchange, provide him with money and transport for the return trip. Good. Although procedurally I still have to confirm a total death, we're friends. The man snapped his fingers. A subordinate behind him brought over a case. "Yeah, friends." Green pushed open the car door and took the case. MMPH, MMPH. In the back of the truck, Ethan was tied up tightly, squirming like a maggot. "Help me move these two up." Green pointed at Ethan and Tony. "No problem." The man waved his hand. Several subordinates quickly carried the two into the helicopter cabin. "Then goodbye, friend," the man said. "We'll see each other, friend," Green replied with a smile, turning to board the helicopter. The man behind him watched Green's back, his eyes filled with deep wariness. Leave. Just leave already. How could he not have checked the Ten Rings gang's stronghold? From the moment the other party entered until the slaughter was complete, it took less than 5 minutes. He knew how heavy the firepower there was. Killing chickens wouldn't be this fast, let alone killing people. A monster like this was better off as far away as possible. The propellers began to spin, kicking up strong winds as the helicopter slowly took off. Seeing Green's gaze turn toward him, the man quickly put on a smile again and waved. Not until the helicopter shrank into a black dot on the horizon did he rub his stiff cheeks. He hadn't smiled like that for too long, and his face was cramping. But facing such a monster, he could only pretend to be a civilized person. What a good friend. On the helicopter, Green sat in a cabin seat, opened the money case, and pulled out a miniature tracking chip from the black cloth lining. "It's okay, I forgive you." With a twist of his fingers, he crushed the chip and casually reached out of the cabin, the strong airflow instantly sweeping the fragments away without a trace. He hadn't mentioned the intelligence regarding that prototype. The other party would likely find out, but it would also take time to figure out what those parts could be assembled into. After all, when he entered the cave, Tony Stark's armor hadn't been assembled at all. This piece of intelligence could be sold several times over. MMPH, MMPH. Ethan's mouth, stuffed with a cloth wad, made muffled sounds. Green glanced over, closed the money case, leaned forward, and ripped the cloth from his mouth. "Where on earth are you taking us?" Ethan shouted. "I said, I'm taking him back. As for how it happens, it doesn't matter." Green leaned back against the seat, his fingers hooking into the seatbelt, head tilted back as he squinted at Ethan. "As for you, you should thank me for bringing you along. After all, you're of no use to me." Ethan's breath hitched, fine sweat breaking out on his balding forehead. It turned out he was just an optional extra. The other party's target was only Tony. "The joke's on me. Then how do you plan to deal with me?" he asked hesitantly. "Two choices." Green held up 2 fingers. "First, I drop you at the border and give you a sum of money. With your skills, it won't be hard to get a fake identity. Go wherever you want. Second, follow us. With Tony Stark's personality, you'll get the best treatment in the world. He'll probably satisfy whatever research you want to do with plenty of funding, but you'll also become his weakness." "Ah. Saying that gives me goosebumps." Green made a disgusted face. "I'll take the first one," Ethan said solemnly. "Oh. Wait, that's it. You're not going to ask me why." Ethan was stunned. "None of my business." Green rested his hands behind his head and closed his eyes to rest. Ethan opened his mouth and then closed it, His desire to pour his heart out vanished instantly. Is this really a good person? He muttered to himself. Of course, he didn't dare say it out loud. After all, he wasn't sure if saying that would result in this man casually tossing him out of the helicopter. Early the next morning, the helicopter entered the border of America. Suddenly, a burst of static noise crackled on the main communication channel in the cabin, followed by a calm female voice cutting in. Unidentified aircraft, this is the Skynet satellite monitoring network under the North American Aerospace Defense Command NORAD. You have entered the United States Air Defense Identification Zone. No pre-filed flight plan has been retrieved. Please provide a valid identification code within 10 seconds, or change course and leave this area. Repeat, please provide an identification code immediately. Sir, we can only take you this far, the pilot shouted, looking back. Green Morgan opened his eyes. Don't stop. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a black chip and a communicator, disassembled the casing, inserted the chip into the slot, and closed it. Beep beep. The screen lit up. Shield. Terminal. Please enter password. No password. Beep. The built-in hidden pinhole camera of the communicator emitted a blue light to scan Green Morgan's face. Shield. Terminal. Identity confirmed. Level 1 Agent Green Morgan, welcome to the sub-network. Meanwhile, the communication channel went silent for a moment before sounding again. Your identity has been scanned, Agent Green Morgan. Welcome back to American airspace. Would you like to load the flight log into the system? This guy is really an agent. Ethan hadn't slept at all. Hearing the conversation, he found it hard to believe and expressed doubt about the selection process of American official agencies. Green Morgan ignored his inquisitive gaze, leaned into the cockpit, and picked up the walkie-talkie. No need. Thank you for your inquiry and work. Additionally, a special citizen will be parachuting in 1 minute. Please have the nearest police station ready for rescue. Received. Where are we? Green Morgan put down the walkie-talkie. Alaska. No stopovers, so it was relatively fast, the pilot replied. Whoa, did you hear that, Ethan? The smoked fish there is good, you should try some. Green Morgan turned and took a parachute pack from the cabin wall rack. What? You're not saying, the person parachuting is me, are you? Ethan pointed at himself, bewildered. Exactly. Smart guy. Stand up. Aren't we landing? Ethan stood up instinctively. Are you a VIP? Landing. Come on, it's fun. Green Morgan briskly strapped the parachute pack onto him. I've never parachuted before. I used to wet my pants just climbing to the second floor when I was a kid. Ethan still didn't give up, glancing out the cabin. It was still pitch black outside. His legs felt weak. This was a zero visibility jump, the highest risk level. That's why I called people to rescue you. Green Morgan picked up a chain, hooked one end to the money chest and the other to Ethan's waistband, even giving it a tug. Be a man, okay. Gulp. Ethan swallowed hard. He stared into Green Morgan's eyes. There wasn't a trace of fear in them. Psychology says eyes reflect mental state. Green Morgan's mind was very strong, and that calmness infected Ethan. Oh. Okay. Ethan nodded. He wanted to sound certain, but his voice cracked. That's more like it. Okay. Ethan slowly turned, walked to the edge of the cabin, and opened the door. Cold wind rushed in. He whispered to encourage himself, then suddenly remembered something and looked back. How do I? Before he could finish his sentence, Green Morgan kicked him in the back. Joomp. The scream quickly vanished into the clouds. Just like that. Green Morgan retracted his foot and pulled the cabin door shut. That parachute was electric, with a built-in altitude-sensing auto-deploy feature. It was all wilderness below, he wouldn't die, just get a good scare. Just then, his pocket vibrated. He pulled out his phone. The screen showed $50 million had arrived from an unknown account. Quite generous. Green Morgan knew it was Stan's, but the previously agreed amount was $40 million. He'd been overpaid, which gave him a momentary flicker of conscience. He stuffed the phone back into his pocket, pulled 2 bundles of cash from the money bag, and tossed them into the pilot's lap. A tip. The pilot's drowsy expression instantly became alert. Thank you, sir. Go to Ocala, Florida. He had another job there for the Life Foundation. Yes, sir. Queen Maven, Homelander of the Seven, saved people again today, intercepting a hijacked armored truck on the streets of Brooklyn and staying to take photos with some very lucky fans. The X-Men solved the mystery of the Crystal Skull in South America. Aliens actually exist. Detailed information has been classified by the military, but this station will continue to follow up. A-Train High Energy Drink. Life is a race. Available at bought supermarkets and major convenience stores. Please consume as directed. Excess may lead to rapid heartbeat, mild hallucinations, or an extreme craving for red spandex. Vought International reserves all final rights of interpretation for this product. The car radio continued its broadcast. The hum of the engine and electronic equipment echoed in the car. Piercing sunlight penetrated his eyelids. Tony Stark's eyes flickered and slowly opened. Yo, you're awake. You might feel some abdominal discomfort and a throbbing head right now. That's normal. The tree cobra venom gives you a heavy hangover feeling. A familiar yet slightly intimidating voice came from beside him. He looked over with bleary eyes. Green Morgan was chewing on a beef burger and spoke indistinctly. Tony Stark lay in the passenger seat, his brain forcibly and rapidly replaying everything before he lost consciousness. This made his facial muscles twitch, and he couldn't help but grimace while pressing his hand to his forehead. I think the reason my abdomen feels uncomfortable is because of that knife you stuck in it. He looked down at his abdomen. The wound was bandaged, but it still throbbed. His throat was dry and tight, his voice raspy. Don't mention it. Do you need me to make you a cappuccino, boss? Green Morgan tossed him a bottle of water. Tony Stark caught it, quickly unscrewed the cap, and took several large gulps while giving Green Morgan an international hand gesture. I could have paid you double what your employer did to make you stop. You only had to ask, he said after catching his breath. That won't do. I have professional ethics. And yet you took jobs from both sides. Tony Stark continued drinking water. You're more valuable to me alive, so the result is obvious. I killed you to complete the mission, and then I saved you to also complete the mission. Perfect. Green Morgan licked the salad dressing from the corner of his mouth, picked up a large cup of cola, and took a sip through the straw. Tony Stark threw the empty bottle out the window, only then noticing they were driving through a wilderness. Are we still in Afghanistan? No, we're already on American soil. Then I guess this definitely isn't the road back to New York. Tony Stark looked at Green Morgan. Yeah, doing a small mission on the way. Oh, a small mission. Can I just pay for this small mission too? I want to get back quickly. No. Professional ethics. Shit. Tony Stark had a preliminary grasp of this guy. Chaotic, bad personality, keeps promises, but his core principles were a mess. This kind of person was destined to dance with danger. Where's Ethan? He suddenly remembered, turning to look at the back seat, which was empty. Here, this is him. Green Morgan squeezed the burger in his hand. The thick-cut patty oozed juice with a squelching sound. Ethan-style burger. Where did Ethan go? Tony Stark stared at him seriously. TCH, released into the wild. Green Morgan curled his lip, bored. What? He's dead. He doesn't want you anymore. Fine, that's for the best. Tony Stark's eyes dimmed for a moment, then he understood. He raised an eyebrow and sat up straight again as if nothing had happened. What's there to eat? Tony Stark reached for the family bucket on the dashboard and pulled out a cheeseburger. His eyes lit up. Oh, you have taste. Remember to reimburse me for Ethan's release fee and this double cheeseburger you're about to stuff into your mouth, Green Morgan said. Tony Stark tore off the wrapper and took a bite. The richness of the cheese and the heartiness of the patty collided perfectly, while the crispness of the pickles cut through the grease just right. The thick milky aroma mixed with meat juice surged like a tide, salty and savory with a hint of sweetness. He hummed with satisfaction, cheeks bulging, unable to help but smile as he leaned back and chewed slowly. I'm back to life. For this one bite, I'll be your Aladdin's lamp once. Then give me all your money. Tony Stark looked sideways at Green Morgan. Are you serious? Uh-huh. The genie isn't as rich as I am. Then never mind, just owe it to me for now. Green Morgan finished the last bite, crumpled the wrapper into a ball, threw it into the bag, and slammed the accelerator. Let's go. The engine roared. The intense G-force instantly pinned Tony Stark against the seat back. He quickly reached out to catch the bag of fries that almost slid off. What exactly is your mission? Hunting. The car drove along the road and suddenly stopped by a cornfield. Can't you hold it in? No. The car door opened, and Tony hurriedly jumped out, unbuckling his belt to take a leak. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Tony looked up at the evening twilight obscured by the towering cornstalks. A cool breeze brushed past. Despite his prostate leaving something to be desired, this uninhibited release was a long-awaited taste of freedom. I feel like a cowboy who just herded the horses back into the corral. He turned his head to speak to Green, who was also relieving himself. He glanced down at himself, then at Green, and his mouth twitched. Then we should just leave you here to feed the coyotes, cowboy. No need for that. Tony silently shuffled to the side. A massive disparity was the last embarrassment any man wanted to face. Let's go then. It's another 4 miles to the town. Let's get a good meal first. Green buckled his belt and turned to leave. Okay, give me 12 more seconds, Tony shouted. Come on, bro, don't let me down, okay. He muttered, looking down. Hey! A shout suddenly came from behind. Tony turned his head to look. Click. A burly redneck held a loaded shotgun, the barrel pointed right at him. Get your dick out of my field. Okay. Tony raised his hands. At least let me finish. Now. The burly man roared. Okay. Tony roared back in annoyance, hurriedly buckling his belt. There was no choice, the folk in rural America were simple and honest. He didn't dare gamble on whether the other man would shoot. In a cornfield this vast, the police wouldn't even find him if he were buried here. What's that? The man's eyes shifted, locking onto the iron mask hanging from Tony's waist. My little toy. Give it to me. Tony looked at him speechlessly. What was this? You make things so tense, and it turns out you just want a mask. Fine. He slowly lowered his hands and reached for the rope tied to the mask. The man held the gun and approached step by step. As the distance closed, he gradually recognized Tony's face. Are you Tony Stark? He asked suspiciously. No, I'm Holmes, a private detective. No, you are him. A greedy light flashed in the man's eyes. On your knees. Hands behind your head. He roared, spit flying, as the barrel pressed against Tony's chest. Shit. Tony knelt with a helpless expression and looked up at the man. Can't you just pretend you didn't see me? Do you know how much you're worth? The man kicked Tony down and reached into his pocket for his phone. He wasn't stupid. He needed to find a backer immediately to swallow this prize. That was Tony. I wasn't saying that for my sake. Tony looked at him, the pity in his eyes making the man's heart skip a beat. He spat on the ground to bolster his courage. Just as he raised his hand to dial, he realized his palm was gone. Only a smooth stump remained at his wrist, with bone and flesh gushing blood. A look of confusion appeared on his face. The next moment, intense pain surged to his brain, and his entire face contorted. Og. The shotgun dropped to the ground as he clutched his severed wrist and wailed. Only then did he see his hand lying on the ground, its index finger still twitching slightly from neural reactions. My hand. My hand. He screamed. He was right. Wouldn't it have been better if you just pretended not to see him? Behind him, Green's figure blocked the light, enveloping him completely in shadow. The tachi hanging in his hand hid behind the light, licking the warm blood. He grabbed the man's neck like a chicken and dragged him toward the front of the car. Ah, Tony, Standing up, opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Green popped the hood of the car and pressed the man's severed wrist against the scorching engine. Sizzle. The flesh charred instantly, blue smoke rose, and the scent of meat mixed with a burnt stench wafted through the air. Ah! Before the man could scream, Green knocked him out with a punch. He slumped down, his severed wrist tearing away from the engine with charred bits of flesh, leaving a blurred burn mark. Now we have live bait. Green grabbed him by the back of the collar and dragged him toward the trunk. The man's body scraped against the gravel on the ground with a loud rustle. In the dim twilight, he was no different from livestock waiting for slaughter. Hey, Green, Tony called out from behind him. What? Green turned his head. He's just a farmer. Tie him up and throw. Are you teaching me how to do things? Before he could finish, Green interrupted him. I'll buy his life, okay? Tony said. No. Green stuffed the man into the trunk. Tony wanted to speak again. Get back in the car. I won't say it a second time. Green's tone was flat. Okay. Tony fell silent for a moment, then turned to open the car door and sat back in the passenger seat. His mind raced. He reached out and opened the glove compartment, finding a Glock 17 pistol, several magazines, and a bottle of pepper spray. He hesitated for a split second, then made up his mind. Thump. Green closed the trunk and was walking toward the driver's seat. The engine suddenly roared, the headlights flashed on, and the wheels ground against the gravel, kicking up dust as the car lunged forward. TCH. The scar on the corner of Green's lip twisted, revealing a grimace. Before the car could fully accelerate, he smashed the window with a punch. Peesh. Simultaneously, a pungent mist sprayed from inside the window. As if he had expected it, Green blew out a breath, sending the mist swirling back and spraying it all over Tony's face. He grabbed Tony's hair and yanked him out of the seat. Tony's ribs scraped against the jagged edges of the broken window, and he cried out in pain. Cough, cough, cough. Tony fell to the ground, tears and snot flowing as he coughed violently. An arms dealer, a warmonger, actually playing the hero. What, do you have a crush on him? Do you like his body odor that could kill mosquitoes, or his body hair that could knit a sweater? Green stepped on and crushed the pepper spray canister on the ground. I just, cough, don't want to see someone die because of me. Tony clutched the wound on his side cut by the glass, blood seeping through his fingers. Come on, don't you find that ridiculous coming from you? The destruction area and splash range of the missiles produced on the Stark Industries assembly lines, do I need to remind you? The number of people you've indirectly killed in a year could wrap around the equator. Green couldn't be bothered with this superhero logic and kicked the shotgun on the ground toward Tony. Take the gun, get in the car, or die. Your corpse is worth money too, in some ways, it's even more popular. He turned and got into the car, starting the engine. Tony picked up the shotgun, gritted his teeth, and sat in the passenger seat while clutching his wound. Neither of them spoke again. The headlights tore through the thickening night as they drove away from the cornfield. It wasn't until the night had completely fallen that the vehicle braked to a stop at a street corner. The tires dragged against the asphalt, trailing white smoke. The sign of the tavern across the street flashed with gaudy neon lights, and patrons staggered in and out. Green pushed the door open and got out. A street lamp cast a beam of bright white light. A well-dressed couple on the roadside were talking and laughing. The woman's gaze fell upon Green's body, which radiated masculine hormones, and she couldn't look away. Grace, her partner called out softly in dissatisfaction, but after glancing at Green's height and aura, he didn't dare say more. The woman swallowed and reluctantly looked away. On the other side, Tony also pushed the door open and got out, his figure staggering slightly. Although the wound on his side had been bandaged, a patch of dark red blood still soaked through. You should be a male model. I think that has better prospects than being a hitman, Tony said to Green, glancing at the girl who was still looking back frequently. I'm not a hitman. If I were, you would have turned from a cold body into warm cash by now. Green slammed the car door shut and walked toward the bar. The fellow in the trunk might have a different opinion. Tony curled his lip and followed. Entering the bar, Green walked straight to the counter and sat down. A beautiful bartender familiarly took an empty glass, placed it in front of him, and poured a glass of gin. Big boy, what would you like to drink? First one's on me. LF, mission code. Jeepers creepers, Green whispered, glancing at a drunkard passed out on the bar beside him. Hearing this, the bartender's eyes narrowed. The lazy smile on her face quickly vanished, replaced by a professional and cautious expression. Follow me. She snapped her fingers, and a colleague immediately took her place. She turned and walked toward the back door. Wow, getting a bit of a Men in Black vibe here, Tony murmured as he followed. Let's go. Green stood up. Not taking a sip. What a waste. Tony conveniently grabbed the glass of gin, downed it in one go, and followed. The female bartender pushed open the back door. In the damp back alley, mosquitoes buzzed around the trash cans. An old van was parked in the shadows. She stepped through the puddles, opened the rear door, and with one hand, grabbed a heavy black leather bag and threw it to Green. Everything is ready, including the bait. She pointed to a subconscious drunkard inside the van. I already have bait. That's even better. Saves some money, and I won't have to deal with the aftermath. So, the budget for the bait. The female bartender looked at Green expectantly. What budget? Green unzipped the leather bag and checked the equipment inside. Yes. The female bartender whispered with a clenched fist, a smile blooming on her face. She could finally buy the full set of this year's new perfumes. You can go now. Thanks. I'll treat you next time we meet. The female bartender turned back to the bar, winking at Tony as she passed him. The girls here are pretty hot, Tony muttered, watching her sway her hips as she pulled the door open and went inside. She's a soup. You'd get snapped in half. Green zipped the bag and swung it over his shoulder. He looked up at the night sky. The moon was half hidden among the clouds. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing in them. Time to get to work. On the highway, the moonlight glinted coldly on the oil stains on the road like pale blood. Headlights swayed as the vehicle traveled over the undulating slopes. This soft pretzel isn't bad, Tony praised indistinctly while chewing. Don't touch my portion, or I'll chop off those dog paws of yours. Don't be so stingy. Didn't I share my chicken nuggets with you? Take them, just take them. Green pushed the paper bag over in disgust. I don't know what kind of weird quirks you rich people have. You get tired of delicacies and then fight me for street snacks. If you had spent weeks in a cave gnawing on charred smoked camel meat, you would also have an incredible craving for normal food. Tony picked up a pretzel and took a large bite out of it. Fortunately, there are no ifs, I'm not a weakling like you. Green stepped on the brakes. The wheels came to a stop with a short screech of friction on the road. Are we here? According to the intel from the bartender, the target's activity route is in this area. Green pulled out a cigarette case, flicked the bottom with his index finger, and a cigarette filter popped out. He lowered his head to catch it in his mouth, tossed the case back onto the dashboard, and fished out a metal lighter. With a ding, he flipped the lid, struck a flame, and brought it to the tip of the cigarette. The tobacco ignited, and blue smoke curled upward. He took a deep drag, exhaled the smoke, and pulled a photograph from his trouser pocket. The photo was extremely blurry. One could only vaguely discern a humanoid creature wrapped in a trench coat, spreading its fleshy wings to pounce. Yes, this was a post-mortem photo. Target: cannibal. Solitary, no pack. Constitution stronger than an average superhuman, possesses flight capabilities. It can extend its lifespan and self-heal by replacing human body parts and assimilating them as part of its own flesh. Its activity cycle is 23 years. It enters hibernation after feeding for 23 days. However, as dark forces have strengthened in recent years, the revival cycle has shortened to once a year. The number of people eaten each time varies. It drives a transport truck. I'm participating in this operation too. Tony's face was calm, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. Just don't hold me back. Green casually tucked the photo into the windshield frame. Don't worry, Van Helsing, vampire hunter. Let's go take care of him, Tony said with a smile. Hey, failed heroes always love to raise death flags. Green unzipped a leather bag, took out a basic bulletproof vest and threw it to him, along with a rifle with a full magazine, then pushed the door open to get out of the car. I'm using this, what are you using? Tony skillfully chambered around and checked the firearm. I'll just use whatever. Green slightly pulled open the tactical bag, revealing a rocket launcher inside. He rummaged through it and took out a reagent and a disposable syringe. The intel showed that the cannibal marks its chosen targets, mostly teenagers or young adults, from an unknown distance. However, according to the Judgment of Life Foundation professionals, the marking range of its special senses is at least 7 miles. To this end, they extracted a special component from the remains of teenagers marked by the cannibal and used it as a basis to develop a special pheromone inducer, the one in Green's hand. You really are using whatever. Inside the car, Tony looked at the thick launcher tube, went silent for a moment, and muttered. Green stepped out of the car, the wooden cork of the reagent bottle falling silently between his fingers. Pressing the plunger with 2 fingers, the transparent liquid was slowly drawn into the syringe. He pushed the tip slightly, squeezing out a fine line of droplets, then reached down and pressed the trunk release. Click. The trunk lid popped open. He grabbed the burly man's ankle and dragged him out. The heavy head hit the ground with a dull thud. Just as a moan from the unconscious man began, Green leaned down and pierced the side of the man's neck with the needle. The drug raced through the bloodstream. The burly man's eyes snapped open, his pupils dilating instantly, and blue veins bulged under his exposed skin. He roared as he stood upright, explosive power surging through his muscles. How many fingers? Green held up 5 fingers. The burly man swung a punch. Crack. Without his hand's movement being visible, Green gave his wrist a slight twist, and the man's entire lower jaw was ripped into his hand. Rude. He casually tossed it away. The red light from the car's tail reflected off his expressionless face and also dyed the deathly silent wilderness beneath his feet red. Ah. Arg. The burly man clutched his face and stumbled back, his remaining hand fruitlessly groping for the source of the agonizing pain. What are you waiting for? Green's voice was calm. Run. The burly man turned and slammed into the car body, then charged into the darkness like a crazed beast. Remember, Green's voice crawled up his back like a demon's mockery. If your foot steps off the boundary of the highway, you die. Wails tore through the night sky. The burly man sprinted along the endless highway without looking back. Only now did he realize that the billionaire disappearance case was a trap from start to finish. The military, the deal, it was all a front, just to cover Tony Stark's alibi and satisfy his desire for the joy of killing. These 2 lunatics. His own bit of greed had actually sent him into the deepest level of hell. Green closed the trunk and sat back in the driver's seat. Tony stared motionlessly at the rearview mirror as the fleeing figure left the range of the headlights and was rapidly swallowed by the darkness. Intense exercise will make the drug take effect faster. Green started the engine and turned off the headlights. The prey will be in the trap soon. I'm your accomplice now, Tony said with a bitter smile. Don't be discouraged. You're a righteous superhero. It's just one person's death. Isn't it worth using this life to save many more? He might have a family, a wife and children. Behind him is also a string of living people. Then how about I kill his whole family as well while I'm at it? Green shifted gears and turned the steering wheel. Are you serious? How serious do you need to be to kill someone? The car slowly drove up the gentle slope. As I said, while I'm at it. Darkness enveloped the car's interior. Hey. Best cold joke ever. Tony's cold sweat seeped into his collar. He didn't dare turn his head, yet he could clearly feel that sitting beside him was an existence that never weighed human lives on a scale. Pure evil. No, it was scarier than that. It was an indifference that treated slaughter as normally as breathing. But, perhaps only someone who thoroughly understands the darkness can hunt the darkness. The wheels rolled over sand and gravel, driving into the deeper night. In the distance, the prey's wails were already barely audible. Meanwhile, several miles away, in the woods beside the downhill highway, a transport truck with mottled paint rolled over the grass and came to a rough stop. Not far away, the wreckage of a small car was undergoing secondary explosions. Burning flames licked the trees, tearing a crimson gash in the heavy night. A couple ran through the woods pulling their daughter. Their heavy breathing couldn't mask the sound of flapping wings getting closer and closer behind them. The sound glided against the treetops, bringing down rustling leaves. Lewis, take her and run. Fast. The man stopped abruptly, kissed his daughter's forehead forcefully, and pushed his wife and daughter forward. I love you guys. Before his voice had even faded, he turned and ran in the opposite direction. Hey! Come on! Come eat me! He roared hoarsely, waving his arms, trying to draw all attention to himself. Daddy! The daughter's cry was heart-wrenching. The woman's face was covered in tears, but she gripped her daughter's hand tightly and fled forward. The girl stumbled and looked back. The last thing she saw was her father's resolute back. However, crack! A series of heavy sounds of breaking branches came from overhead. The mother and daughter looked up in horror, only to see bat-like fleshy wings instantly blotting out the moonlight. A foul wind wrapped in a non-human hideous laugh descended upon them. The dull sounds of flesh being torn and bones being crushed exploded in the woods. Amidst the rain of blood, the man not far away froze in place. The expression on his face went from terror to freezing solid, and finally to shattering. That thing turned its head. A gray-brown horny layer covered its hideous face, and fresh scraps of flesh still hung from the corners of its mouth. It tilted its head, seemingly admiring every inch of despair etched on his face. Who? An out-of-tune breath escaped the man's throat as his gaze fell hollowly on the unrecognizable remains on the ground. He. Ha ha. The monster let out a joyful low hiss and slowly approached. It enjoyed this process. The prey's shivering, its breakdown, and the pheromones of fear it emitted were the most beautiful spices to accompany a meal. The man's eyes were vacant. He slumped to his knees and gave up resistance, even with a hint of relief. This is fine too. We can go together, go home for dinner. At that moment, the monster's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. An aura, distant yet exceptionally vivid, drifted over with the wind. It was the unique fragrance of a marked prey, fresh, tender, and intense, containing an unparalleled temptation. Its pupils constricted sharply, and saliva dripped uncontrollably from between its teeth. The next second, it let out a thirsty roar, its fleshy wings snapped open, and it actually abandoned the prey right in front of it without hesitation, taking to the air. The truck engine roared in the woods, headlights pierced the darkness, and it quickly moved away. Deathly silence descended once more. The man stood numbly in place, looking in the direction the monster had vanished. Dark clouds swallowed the last bit of moonlight, and a thick smell of blood coiled around him, coming from his loved ones who could never be put back together again. Ah! He opened his mouth. Ah! A flock of crows took flight in fright. The shrill wail pierced the night sky but could not escape this blood-soaked forest. That broken heart, like the remains on the ground, would never be picked up by anyone again. Ha! Ha! Heavy panting, like an old bellows pulling in his chest. The big man ran wildly through the boundless darkness, with only a soul-consuming blackness before his eyes. The coarse texture of asphalt beneath his feet was the only proof that he was still running on the road to life. His heartbeat was heavy, and his breath burned his throat. He didn't know what that devil had injected into him. The top-tier stimulant from the black market. Potent adrenaline. He only knew that a nearly violent power surged within his body, forcing him to accelerate, and accelerate again. But he couldn't keep running forever. My God, please send an angel. I beg you. I'm willing to give everything. His chaotic thoughts churned in fear. Perhaps his prayer was actually heard. A light really did appear in the distance. The roar of an engine approached from afar, urgent, like a steel giant beast that had caught the scent of blood, rushing toward him impatiently. Ah! The big man ran toward the blinding headlights with all his might, waving his hands desperately, his face twisted in extreme fear with a look of grievance and supplication. Ah! Save me! Food! Don't run! A rasping roar, like iron grinding against stone, actually came from the truck window. Food! The big man was stunned, but his survival instinct overwhelmed all doubts. The lights were too strong. He couldn't see the blurry shadow in the driver's seat clearly, so he just charged forward more desperately. The driver, opposite, seemed even more impatient. Before the truck had even come to a halt, the driver's door opened, and a black shadow leapt out. And at the moment of leaping, it spread out massive bat wings. Those wings snapped open in the air, performing a low-altitude glide before pulling up and diving down toward the big man. Ha! The big man's footsteps skidded to a halt. The moment that black shadow passed through the blinding headlights, the light outlined a non-human, terrifying silhouette with bat wings. That was definitely not a posture a human should have. He looked up stiffly, watching the shadow diving from high above, his face a mixture of absurd confusion. What on earth was going on tonight? Not a single person he met was good, actually, they weren't even human. Whiz! A sharp sound of breaking wind tore through the air. The next moment, the diving shadow turned into a brilliant fireball in midair. The mid-range impact knocked the big man to the ground, blood seeping from his ears. In his blurry, tumbling vision, he only saw a burning shadow trailing black smoke as it fell at an angle. Soon, the heavy sound of flesh hitting the ground came, followed by the crackling of the fire. Phew tilde. On the gentle slope, Green whistled, put down the smoking rocket launcher on his shoulder, and skillfully began to reload. Seems my touch in Call of Duty is still fire hot. Almost simultaneously, the roar of an engine came from below the slope. A pickup truck with its front high in the air leapt from the top of the slope, its two headlights descending. Yee-hoo! Tony grinned, leaning half his body out of the car window, one hand on the steering wheel and the other pressing a rifle to his shoulder as he pulled the trigger. Gunfire sprayed wildly, tearing a scorching chain of bullets through the night. The monster, which had half its leg blown off, was about to stand up when it was suppressed back to the ground, bullets striking it and blooming into flowers of blood. The monster let out a roar, lay back with the momentum, wiped its hand across its waist, and threw out several cold glints. Shuttles shot through the air at an incredible speed. Clang! One of them hit Tony's gun, vibrating until his arm went numb, while the others grazed the car body with a piercing whistle. This guy would definitely get a perfect score at bar darts. Tony quickly retracted into the car and floored the accelerator. The front of the pickup truck slammed solidly into the monster. Bang! A muffled sound. It didn't sound like hitting flesh, but rather like hitting a concrete wall. Tony was thrown forward by inertia, his forehead hitting the steering wheel with a thud. WTF. So hard. He cursed loudly, flooring the gas. The tires spun wildly in place, burning out pungent white smoke, but the car couldn't advance an inch. He looked up, staring straight into those tyrannical, crimson eyes outside the windshield. The monster had actually stood up by bracing its hands against the dented front of the car, its terrifying face covered in a gray-brown keratinous layer staring fixedly at him, its bared teeth sharp and grim. Oh, shit. Tony shrank his neck, one hand quickly reaching for the taser in the action bag beside him, while his gaze drifted to the craggy keratinous protrusions on the other's face. His habit of quibbling became even more active under tension. Hey, big guy, your mom didn't get scratched when she had you, did she? I mean, you're probably a mammal. But bats rarely grow to be so. Roar. Before he could finish, the monster let out a roar, its arms exploding with terrifying strength, actually lifting the front of the pickup truck. I'm kidding. Tony scrambled inside the tilting car, grabbing the steering wheel and seat to steady himself while desperately propping his knee against the center console, all while loading the taser at top speed. The light clinking of metal parts was almost inaudible amidst the monster's heavy breathing and the groans of deforming metal. At that moment, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly attacked. Green's shadow cut in like a ghost, a heavy sidekick slamming into the monster's waist and abdomen. Bang! The monster's massive body flew out sideways, and the pickup slammed back to the ground, leaving Tony dazed. Green steadied himself and dropped his hips, the rocket launcher on his shoulder already aimed. The trigger was pulled. Kai! Shoo! White smoke billowed from the tube's mouth as the rocket projectile's tail ignited with a crisp sound, shrieking with a trail of fire as it shot toward the monster in midair that was trying to spread its wings and steady itself. The monster had just barely righted its body when the rapidly enlarging warhead was reflected in its crimson pupils. Boom! The second explosion bloomed in midair, the fireball engulfing the monster and carrying its broken body to crash heavily below the slope. Most of the clothes on its body were charred and shattered, and its exposed keratinous skin was blackened and smoking in many places. Those relatively intact flesh tissues began to slowly crawl and extend like they had independent lives, covering and filling the wounds blown open by the explosion. The monster shook its buzzing head, spitting out black smoke. Tap! 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 Unrushed footsteps approached from afar, stepping on the gravel road, so clear they made one's heart tighten. Still not dead, and the self-healing is quite strong. Seems the intelligence had some basis after all. The monster suddenly looked up, a threatening low growl squeezing from its throat, the keratinous spikes all over its body standing up uncontrollably, its eyes glowing with intense red light. In its vision, a bug was perched on the upper body of the human male walking slowly toward it, but all the threat came from the male himself. You subhuman, non-ghostly piece of trash, you're quite explosion resistant. Green slowly drew the soul-releasing blade from Ugly Treasure's mouth, a long blade with a tuft of white fur at the handguard. A pale ray of moonlight happened to leak through the clouds, reflecting a cold, sharp glint on the blade held across his chest. Green narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze like a ruler measuring the monster's body from a distance, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Don't move, let me see how many pieces I can cut you into, he said softly, like a chef inspecting meat on a cutting board. Before his voice faded, only a few agitated stones remained where he had stood. The next moment, Green appeared in front of the monster, and with a grin, he raised the long blade high and slashed down. Slash! The blade light was like a bolt of silk, faster than any reaction. The blade cut in from the monster's left shoulder and slid down to below its right ribs without resistance, nearly splitting it in half diagonally. The monster seemed to have no sense of pain. The moment it suffered such a heavy blow, it instead roared and swung a claw at Green's chest. Rip! Nails scraped across the fabric, taking a bit of skin tissue and leaving only a few shallow, bleeding scratches on Green's chest. Green glanced down, let out a sneer, and brought his head close to the monster's hideous face. That's it. Roar. The monster also leaned in, its roar just about to break out. Poochie. The inverted spear of heaven popped out of Ugly Treasure's mouth and was caught by Green in a reverse grip, piercing through the monster's lower jaw and sinking straight into its brain. The monster's roar stopped abruptly, turning into a leaky panting sound, the red light in its eyes flickering violently. Ready. Here it comes. The grin on Green's face widened to a nearly insane arc. He twisted his waist and exerted force, the dual blades turning into a net of death light with untraceable trajectories, instantly enveloping the monster's broken body. Chi-chi. The tooth-aching sounds of cutting meat and scraping bone exploded densely, blooming into a rapidly expanding blood-colored mist flower in the night sky. Slurries of unformed flesh and blood, mixed with the scattering rain of blood, splattered out in a radial pattern centered on Green's feet. When Tony arrived with his rifle, trembling with fear, what he saw was this terrifying scene like a scroll from hell. About 10 seconds later, the blade light stopped. Green stood in place, panting slightly. On his body, his face, and the blade's edge, congealed blood droplets were slowly gathering and dripping. He casually brushed his wet, sticky hair back and inserted the soul-releasing blade back into ugly treasure. This way, it won't be coming back to life. The blood mist gradually dissipated. A humanoid skeleton, scraped clean, was revealed under the moonlight. Only the chest area was preserved. Inside the ribs, a pitch-black heart that was still beating slowly but powerfully was exceptionally prominent. Green stepped forward, smashed a few obstructing ribs with the hilt of his blade, tore the connecting blood vessels, gouged the heart out, weighed it in his hand, and turned to walk up the slope. I thought it would be a tough battle. Tony looked at this messy slaughterhouse, his throat feeling a bit dry. Yeah, Green walked past him. All that hacking made me hungry. He glanced casually at the spot where the big man had fallen before. Besides some bloodstains, the person was nowhere to be seen. But it didn't matter. Just bait. Whether he lived or died made no difference. Green returned to the car and took a metal container from the action bag. He grabbed the rotary latch on top and twisted it half a turn. As a puff of cold air escaped, the pale green solution inside came into view. He casually tossed the still pulsating black heart into it. The life support device inside would maintain its vitality. Where are we going now? To the next mission. Tony walked back to the car, his tone carrying a hint of not having had enough, but his slightly trembling legs betrayed his true feelings. No more. Green started the engine, the corner of his mouth curling into an inscrutable arc. Sending you back to where you belong. Hope everything goes smoothly. Tony sat in the passenger seat, tossed his rifle onto the back seat, and tried to touch the large bump on his forehead, grimacing in pain. Of course, it will be as you wish. Green looked ahead and stepped on the gas. The vehicle slowly drove away, the red light of the taillights gradually swallowed by the thick darkness. An hour later, below the gravel slope not far away, a shadow cautiously poked its head out. It was that big man. His face was covered in dust, his eyes vacant, staring blankly in the direction the vehicle had disappeared. I survived. I actually survived, amidst the slaughter of these demons. He slumped to the ground and swore to the dark, silent wilderness. From now on, he would be an honest man, a most ordinary good person. He wouldn't dare anymore, never again. New York City, West Manhattan. A pickup truck with a dented front end drove into Hell's Kitchen. The air here was perpetually murky. Drug deals and violent crimes were like the never dissipating smog of a chemical plant, permeating every inch of space, painting the sky and human hearts alike in a depressing leaden gray. And this pickup truck drove across the road right under the watchful eyes of numerous gang members on both sides of the street. No one stepped forward to stop it. No one even dared to let out a provocative whistle. The owl is back, someone spat in a low voice. I need to pack up my grill, another voice said with pained reluctance. Every time this fool passes by, he swipes half a rack of ribs from me. I'm about to go bankrupt from his eating. Look at the state of that front end, he probably just finished a job and came back, right? The third person squinted, trying to see the bloodstains on the rear of the truck. I bet he's got at least 3 or 4 materials stuffed in his trunk. Everyone keep your heads down, a burly man who seemed to be a leader said in a deep voice, his gaze following the slowly passing pickup. Tell the boys below to keep a low profile these next few days. If anyone is blind enough to run into his barrel, I'll skin them myself and give them to this owl as a midnight snack. Those gazes, originally fierce, guarded, or numb, all shifted, lowered, or simply turned elsewhere the moment they caught a glimpse of that cold, hard profile in the driver's seat. Their sharpness was completely retracted, replaced by a complex emotion mixed with fear, loathing, and a forced acknowledgement of his strength. It wasn't just wariness. It was more of a twisted awe, forged through many bloody battles in this jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Meanwhile, beside a fork in the road the pickup had passed. At the edge of a rusty rooftop railing of a certain tall building, a small figure with messy dark green curly hair quietly poked her head out. Her gaze tightly followed the pickup, watching it enter the territory of the most notorious big boss in the area. The pickup drove toward a factory. Seeing the vehicle, the armed guards at the entrance immediately pressed a switch, and the electric iron gate rose slowly with a harsh grinding sound. The car drove into the empty workshop and stopped. The light inside was dim, with only a few rays of morning sun casting down from high windows. The pickup's unextinguished headlights shot out two murky beams of light, where countless dust particles floated silently. I've turned on the location tracking, come over now. Inside the car, Green held the communicator to his ear. Received, arriving in 5 minutes. A capable female voice came from the other side. By the way, be ready to explain why your private communication channel ended up in the hands of that black guy, Nick Fury. Okay. The female voice on the other end paused for a moment, revealing a hint of helplessness. Hey. I'm right here listening, you son of a fool. This is a public channel. Nick Fury's annoyed roar suddenly exploded from the communicator. TCH. Green gave a disdainful sneer, completely ignoring the subsequent cursing blurred by static from the speaker, and cut off the communication, stuffing the device back into his pocket. The car door pushed open. Buzz. The spotlights high up all around suddenly lit up, their piercing light dispelling the gloom in the workshop. The sudden change in light made Green instinctively squint. Not far ahead, the rear door of a stretched Lincoln limousine parked in the center of the workshop slid open. A figure poured out. It could no longer be described as walking out, it was more like a mountain of flesh was moving. The moment that heavy body left, the noticeably sunken rear tire snapped back up with a soft thud. He wore an expensive custom suit, yet it could hardly contain the wall-like, thick, and powerful muscular silhouette. Above a neck nearly as wide as his shoulders, his head had coarse lines, and his lips were pressed into a cold, thin line. And those small eyes, sunken under heavy eyelids, gleamed with the cunning of a villain as they stared at Green, who had a flat expression under the lights. Kingpin, the undisputed underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen. Where's the cargo? Green didn't answer. He just raised his hand, snapped his fingers a few times, spread his palm toward the mountain of flesh, and beckoned toward himself. HMPH. Kingpin let out a dull huff from his nose and waved his hand. Beside him, Bullseye, who had been standing still like a shadow, moved. This tall, thin man, with blatant mockery on his face, carried a black money bag and walked over with a flippant stride. He casually tossed the money bag at Green's feet, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Greetings, little bird. Bullseye grinned, pressed two fingers together, and tapped the iconic bullseye-shaped scar in the center of his forehead, letting out a low, hee chuckle. Green looked down at the dust-covered money bag at his feet. He didn't bend down, he just lightly nudged the bag with the tip of his foot, then reached down, hooked the handle with a few fingers, and lifted it to check the weight. An imperceptible glint flashed in his eyes. The weight was wrong, it was a bit short. Was this for amusement? He slowly raised his head, his gaze first falling on Kingpin's expressionless face, then turning to Bullseye's provocative expression. Gia. He released his fingers, letting the handle of the money bag slip from his grasp and fall back to the ground with a thud. As if nothing had happened, he turned and walked toward the trunk of the pickup. The trunk lid popped open. Inside, Tony Stark's hands were tied behind his back, and he was curled up like a shrimp in the small space. I'm saying, next time you might as well let me sit in the passenger seat. Tony Stark squinted, trying to adjust to the sudden light, his voice weak. I'm starving to death. Huh. His gaze swept over the surrounding fierce gang members, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Tell me, this definitely isn't a welcome party, right? He had been knocked unconscious by Green's hand chop halfway and stuffed inside, completely unaware of where he had been taken. It will be soon. Green grabbed his arm and unceremoniously hauled him out of the trunk. Easy, bro. For the sake of everything we've been through together, can you be a bit gentler? Tony Stark stumbled as he stood up, grumbling unhappily. But when he saw Kingpin a few meters away, all his complaints got stuck in his throat. Good news. It seemed he was back in New York. Bad news. He was back in the most notorious neighborhood in New York, standing in the lair of the neighborhood's biggest criminal force, facing its master. Tell me we're ready to break out. He turned his head and whispered to Green, a final trace of hope in his eyes. Green didn't answer, didn't even look at him. He just grabbed his arm, shoved him forward, and simultaneously kicked him in the butt. Ow! Tony Stark cried out, stumbling toward Kingpin and Bullseye. Bullseye reached out to steady him, the smile on his face growing even brighter. Hey, mature boy, Bullseye leaned close to Tony Stark's ear, his voice slimy. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. No need to be so enthusiastic. Tony Stark felt a chill, his sphincter instinctively tightening. He immediately looked to Green for help, only to find that Green wasn't looking at him at all. Then the service is over. Green's voice broke the brief silence. You can go. Kingpin turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Bullseye before landing on Green's face. Green hadn't hidden his gaze earlier, and Kingpin understood. Bullseye had skimmed the owl's money. Although he secretly cursed this idiot for making enemies unnecessarily, Bullseye was his man, and he had to protect him. Receiving this confirmation that was practically an eviction notice, Green curled his lip and nodded indifferently. True, he shrugged. After all, it's only 8 in the morning. Aside from money and an authentic Chinese dim sum, nothing can stop me from going back for a nap. He turned toward the pickup but didn't get in immediately. Instead, he leaned in and pulled out that heavy tactical bag from the back seat, placing it on the driver's seat. He unzipped it while reaching into his pocket for the communicator to dial a number. Hey, what are you doing? Don't move. Put your hands down. The surrounding gang members' nerves suddenly tightened, and they all pulled out their guns, pointing them at Green in unison. Kingpin's gaze suddenly became dangerous, his massive fist clenching slightly. Even Bullseye, who had been teasing Tony Stark, stopped and looked at Green with a frown. Look at that, our little bird seems unhappy. Want to call your mommy? Bullseye sneered, still feeling secure. He had recently been transplanted with some good stuff and was looking for a chance to test its power. What's this madman trying to do now? Tony Stark's heart skipped a beat, but seeing Green's actions, a sliver of hope quietly rose. He silently flexed his hand. A taser was hidden inside his sleeve. Green didn't care about the surrounding muzzles, but the acutely perceptive members seemed to vaguely see a giant tiger coiled around his upper body. Beep. It rang only once before the other side picked up. A steady middle-aged male voice with the composed tone of someone long in a high position came through. Green even pressed the speakerphone button, letting the voice echo clearly in the empty workshop. I'm glad you called, young man. Good morning, Mr. Edgar. Green spoke, his gaze falling on Kingpin's increasingly grim face, a smile slowly spreading across his lips. I wonder, would you be interested in Tony Stark? The air in the workshop froze instantly. The muscles on Kingpin's face tightened, and killing intent surged in his eyes. He recognized the owner of that voice. That person's power was not something he could shake. When did this guy Green get involved with him? Alive. There was a half-second pause on the other end of the line. I'll arrange for people to arrive immediately. Kill him. Kingpin roared, pointing at Green, who had just hung up. Hey, getting anxious now. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets slammed into the spot where Green had just been standing like pouring water. The pickup truck's metal skin let out a sharp wail, sparks flew, and the windshield turned into a web of white cracks before collapsing. Seat foam spilled out from the bullet holes. Smile. The voice came from above. A dozen people looked up. Green's figure hung briefly in midair, the RPG launcher on his shoulder gleaming with the light of cold iron. Boom. The firing hammer clicked softly. Someone squeezed out a single word. Run. The tail end of the sound was swallowed by the roar of the explosion. Flames expanded, erasing the figures. After the shockwave, only a patch of damp, rapidly evaporating red remained on the charred ground. Full marks. The moment Green's toes touched the ground, a chill pierced towards his brow. Without hesitation, he quickly held the still smoking launcher horizontally in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. Several thin alloy needles embedded themselves into the barrel. Green twisted his wrist, using the momentum to flick upwards. The iron needles, still carrying force, immediately changed trajectory, whooshing upwards and piercing several tiny holes through the ceiling, letting down a few rays of light. Pretty fast. He raised his eyes, looking towards the direction the hidden weapons came from. Bullseye was slowly retracting his throwing gesture. Boss, you go first. Bullseye licked his lower lip, staring at Green. Kingpin did not answer. He took out his phone and pressed the speed dial key. What number is the test subject here? Number 084, my favorite little wolf girl, boss. A mature female voice came through the receiver. Release her. Ah, Tilda, do you really want to? She sounded somewhat reluctant. Kingpin watched Green, who was slowly approaching, and his voice deepened. Release her. Fine, unlocked. Ding. The chains of the container suspended in midair in the factory suddenly snapped, and the heavy box crashed to the ground with a boom. Wow, a secret weapon. Tony glanced back. As he spoke, a stun gun slid from his sleeve into his palm. He pulled the trigger, and the needle pierced the side of Bullseye's face next to him. A powerful electric current instantly shot through his nerves. Bullseye only let out a short, "Ah," before collapsing, his whole body stiff. Tony turned and ran. It's up to you, brother. He shouted without looking back. Don't think you can escape. Kingpin roared, his giant palm grabbing towards him. Green's figure flashed between the two, the soul-releasing blade held high. Angry. He grinned viciously and slashed down. The blade sliced into Kingpin's tough, leathery flesh. Blood splashed, drenching Green. Ah! Kingpin roared in pain, his eyes violent, and his arms wrapped around Green's waist. Want to get intimate with me? Green backhanded the inverted spear of heaven from the mouth of the ugly treasure and stabbed it straight down into Kingpin's left eye. SSH. The eyeball burst. Kingpin raised his hand to cover and grab the blade. The edge shredded his finger flesh. The excruciating pain made the veins on his forehead bulge, and cold sweat poured down. Did no one tell you not to owe me the final payment? Or have I been acting too kind? Green grinned and applied more force, stepping onto Kingpin's shoulders like a night owl. The sharp blade in his hand was like a long beak sucking out brains, nailed firmly into his skull. Not 1 cent. He twisted the hilt, the metal scraping against the orbital bone with a bone-chilling grinding sound. Is acceptable. Kingpin finally couldn't help but scream. Just as the blade was about to pierce the brain, a strong wind rushed in from the side. Bullseye leapt into the air, his high leg sweeping towards Green like an iron whip. Green didn't even turn his head, the soul-releasing blade in his other hand slashing towards the opponent's waist and abdomen. The blade cut through flesh, but unexpectedly, there was a harsh sound of metal grinding, and sparks flew. What is this? Green raised an eyebrow and immediately pulled out the inverted spear of heaven, leaping back. The excruciating pain from the blade being ripped out from deep inside made Kingpin grunt and fall to his knees. He covered his eye socket, blood continuously gushing from between his fingers. Boss. Bullseye stumbled forward, barely managing to support Kingpin. The numbness from the electric shock had not yet faded. The version Tony modified was an enhanced one, equivalent to releasing the energy of an entire high-capacity battery in an instant. Tisk tisk, looks really painful. The two looked up at the sound. Green was hanging upside down from the iron frame, grinning and swinging back and forth. This time you've really messed up. Bullseye clutched the cut on his side, unable to laugh. If his spine hadn't been adamantium, that slash would have cut him in half. Screech. A harsh tearing sound suddenly came from a container not far away. 4 metal wolf claws tore through the iron sheet, sparking a series of sparks. A small figure wrapped in a thin white lab coat rushed out, leaping amidst the screeching, heading straight for the strongest person in the arena, Green. Wow! Green curled his abdomen and straightened up, the sharp teeth grazing the air as they passed. The figure thrust her claws into the iron frame, using the force to flip over and climb to a high place like a beast. This is. Green sat on the iron frame and looked at the figure crouching on all fours. It was a girl, 12 or 13 years old, with delicate features that nonetheless exuded a raw, youthful wildness. Her eyes were chaotic, filled with beastly frenzy. Button-sized devices were embedded in her temples on both sides. Her hands were equipped with metal wolf claws, and one on her feet had not yet fully extended. Weapon X, X-23. Laura. How is she here? Green frowned slightly. The timeline was wrong. This clone of Wolverine should have belonged to a much later future. However, he himself existed here, so who knew how messed up the world had already become? This thought flashed for only a moment before he accepted the reality. Ha! The girl seemed to have heard her name. She suddenly shook her head in pain, then bared her teeth at him and let out a low roar. It seems that while being controlled, she still retains self-awareness. Green took out a chocolate bar and waved it in front of him. It's salty, very delicious. Just pretend you didn't see me, how about that? While speaking, he caught a glimpse of Kingpin and Bullseye struggling to crawl towards the vehicle. The girl blinked and tilted her head. The next second, the device on her temples flashed with bright blue light. With a barely audible click of electricity, her pupils suddenly contracted. She leaned forward, her limbs tensed, and her claws pressed against the edge of the iron frame, sparks flying amidst the harsh grinding sound as she lunged straight at him. Tisk! Troublesome little wolf. Green tossed the chocolate bar aside and moved instantly. The hilt of the blade flipped between his fingers, he gripped it backhand, and his legs kicked hard against the iron frame, denting the metal surface. His figure shot out like an arrow, closing in on the girl in the blink of an eye, filling her suddenly contracting pupils. Too fast. She swung her claws in a hurry, the high-temperature blades, heated to a glowing red, crossing in front of her. Green crossed his two blades, clamping the claws, and used the momentum to pull back, driving a knee strike hard into her jaw. Ah! The girl flew upward, the violent shockwave traveling along her skeleton straight to her brain, her eyes rolling back. Green tossed his two blades up, and with his free right hand, he pressed her head and smashed it hard against the iron frame. Crack! A muffled sound of bone breaking echoed. The iron frame dented inward, and the girl's body went limp, completely losing the ability to move. Ding! Ding! The two blades spun and embedded themselves into the ceiling overhead. I told you it was delicious. Green caught the falling chocolate bar and tossed it casually beside the unconscious girl. He glanced down at the direction the vehicle was driving away, his gaze indifferent, not pursuing. They couldn't escape. Over these years, he had followed the rules too well, which instead gave some people the misconception that he was part of the lawful faction. This was his oversight. However, he would make them feel exactly what pain was. Boom! The side wall of the factory collapsed with a roar. Amidst the swirling dust, light surged in. A blond man wearing a stars and stripes battle suit knelt on one knee in the center of the ruins, slowly looking up. Ugly treasure, go pick them up. The cursed spirit on Green's body responded by detaching and swimming towards the ceiling to retrieve the blades, while he himself leapt down. It should have been A-Train who came, not a busy man like you. A full 30 seconds for support, that's much slower than I expected. Green walked closer and said. That idiot smashed a woman to pieces and is currently getting his story straight with the PR department, so, I came instead. Homelander patted Green's shoulder affectionately. And I am the fastest, though you know, Madeline's milk is just too fragrant. Still, for Edgar to send you, he really went all out. Green said. The film crew will be here soon, but I think I saw people from S.H.I.E.L.D. Homelander glanced at Green, dragging out the end of his sentence with a playful smile. Ah tilde you greedy bad guy, trying to eat from both sides again. What's wrong with that? Tony Stark escaped from the hands of the terrorists in Afghanistan, only to fall into the clutches of evil forces in New York. Fortunately, he was discovered by the SHIELD intelligence department immediately, and the billionaire was rescued unscathed by Homelander. This operation was originally a joint effort between SHIELD and the Vought company, wasn't it? I should fire that bunch of trash in the PR department and get you to help me instead. Homelander listened, feeling pleased, and lifted his chin. Do you think I look like office material? At this moment, a gang member nearby who hadn't been killed by the explosion groaned. Homelander turned his gaze, and red light lit up in his eyes. SZZ. A heat vision beam swept across, and the man's head instantly evaporated, leaving only a ring of charred flesh around his face. Too ugly. Green commented. Yeah, next time I'll aim for the chest. Homelander nodded. Go find Tony Stark, he won't get far. Yes, I see him. Homelander turned his feet inward, bent his knees, and raised his hands toward the sky like a breaststroke swimmer. Bang! He crashed through the ceiling and soared into the sky. Can't you walk outside before flying? Green stepped back a few paces, avoiding the falling dust. He was very familiar with Homelander, or rather, very familiar with Edgar. A few years ago, Edgar's granddaughter, Zoe Newman, was kidnapped by a psychopathic soup who could turn invisible. The commission went through several hands before reaching him. He spent less than a minute solving it because the psycho happened to be ordering food at the same KFC as him at the time. Afterwards, Edgar wanted to recruit him, introducing him to the Seven, but he refused. As a result, it attracted Homelander instead. However, the two of them got along reasonably well. As for shared hobbies, they weren't exactly the same. Homelander liked to drink milk, while he preferred catching and biting. Bruce looked up at the iron frame. The girl was gone, and so was his chocolate bar. What a loss. Bang. His pickup truck had been caught in the crossfire of the earlier battle and was now blown up. He stepped forward quickly, hurriedly pulling the duffel bag from the driver's seat and patting out the flames on the corner. Thankfully, the container was fireproof, and the contents were fine. But the cash inside the car, along with Kingpin's bag of money beside it, had all been burned to ashes. What a real loss. He muttered, though a smile still hung on his lips. In the sky, the ugly treasure, having swallowed its dual blades, drifted slowly back to curl up on Bruce. He fished out a cigarette, leaned over to pick up a burning U.S. banknote from the embers, and brought it to the tip of his cigarette to light it. He lowered his eyelids, took a deep drag, and luxuriously exhaled a cloud of smoke that tasted like money. He flicked away the remains of the banknote and brushed the sparks from his palm. SS's, that's hot. But it looked cool. Money didn't matter. What he liked was the process of making it. In fact, the money he had saved was enough to squander for the rest of his life. But if he didn't make money or take jobs, it would be so boring. Justice. A pile of shit. Crime. His mere existence was a sin against the laws established by certain people in America. So, having completed the mission, he comfortably smoked this cigarette. This was his right, and also his spiritual poison. He didn't want to, and wouldn't, quit. A few seconds later, Homelander landed from the air, carrying Tony Stark. Goo. Ah. As soon as Tony landed, he threw up. Tisk. Homelander moved 2 steps to the side in disgust. He hasn't even thrown up on a battlefield before. Bruce said. I tried to fly as smoothly as possible. Homelander said with an innocent look. Right, flying along like you're lying on a beanbag chair, completely forgetting you're carrying someone. Bruce exposed him directly. Last time they went to a secret White Bear base, he had been blasted by cold wind for nearly an hour at high altitude in -20-degree temperatures, and that cape kept whipping his face. Come on, man, you aren't really that weak, are you? Homelander opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute it for a moment, and turned his head to pretend to pat Tony on the back. I'm fine, don't touch me. Tony shrank back instinctively to avoid him. He had just witnessed the 2 people hunting him being cut in half by Homelander's heat vision, and immediately after, he was carried 200 meters into the air from the ground in less than half a second. Now he was experiencing tinnitus, ruptured capillaries in his eyes, and a loss of orientation. His nose felt hot. He raised his hand to wipe it. Good, it was blood. Just how many times did you pass me around? Tony looked at Bruce indignantly. That's it. Bruce spread his hands innocently. Outside the factory, the motorcade that had screeched to a halt seemed to prove his words. Tony caught a glimpse of the Shield logo on the vehicles, then turned back to Bruce. Looking up, a Vought Company helicopter was roaring in, its exterior cameras filming the scene while it descended. Ah, that really is it. Bruce shrugged. Next time, tell me in advance. I won't run, but I need some mental preparation. Tony stared straight at him. Among the people who came to the rescue, not a single face was familiar to him, it was all about interest exchanges. He felt like he had become a Christmas present. Don't get your hopes up. Go party if you want to party, and if you want to eat that sickly sweet double-layer cheeseburger of yours, order it quickly. You admit you ordered the cheeseburger for me. I guess you still have a conscience, you fool. Tony was surrounded by rushing medical staff, his tired brows gradually relaxing. Hey! Bruce raised his middle finger, but his gaze shifted to the dashing female agent outside the door. The hair gel styling is good today. He casually patted Homelander on the shoulder, avoiding the swarming reporters. Good eye. Under the flashing lights, Homelander put his arm around Tony's shoulder, facing the cameras with a wide, happy grin. The lights reflected in his eyes, as if he were truly the master of all this, or rather, as if he had fully immersed himself in this stage set for him. Bruce walked out of the factory, with the bustling crowd behind him, reporters, medical staff, crime scene investigators, like theatrical puppets at the end of a dream. Copy all electronic surveillance footage from inside the factory and cordon off this block. Hill arranged things methodically, her expression stern. Yes. Understood, I will send the results to your personal terminal as soon as possible. The agent beside her cast a look of admiration at her, then turned and left. Hill put her hands on her hips and let out a light sigh. You drive. Seeing Bruce approach, she threw the keys over with a cold expression and headed straight for the passenger seat. HMPH. Bruce caught the keys, curled his lips, opened the car door, and got in. He adjusted the car windows to be completely opaque. When we first met, you shot me 3 times, and I spared your life in exchange for you providing Shield internal access. But as time has passed, have you forgotten who the master is? I'm very hot-tempered. The hydraulic system made a rapid retracting sound, and the vehicle started moving. I have, MMPH, my mission. Hill was like a completely different person from before. She wasn't even in the passenger seat anymore. Oh. Is that so? During the 5 hours I dominated you, your faith wasn't that firm. And after those 5 hours, I know you better than you know yourself. Bruce rested his hands on the steering wheel. At this moment, he was driving 2 vehicles simultaneously, one on the road, and the other, just inches away. I was wrong. Why didn't Nick Fury come? Isn't he the one who loves meddling the most? He is looking for Bruce Banner. The military is involved too. The car happened to drive over a large speed bump at that moment. Cough. Hey, I'll take that as your answer. Bruce chuckled, one hand controlling the steering wheel, the other pressing down on Hill's hair. Looks like there will be another big job soon. Gurgle. The vehicle gradually drove away. Between the rooftops of the towering buildings on one side, a nimble figure was leaping and traversing, stepping on the rising mist. The chocolate bar chewed between her teeth and the crumpled plastic bag made a faint rustling sound in the wind. She just followed the fading car's shadow aimlessly. Outside the factory, a small figure with dark green curly hair, wrapped in a slightly oversized yellow raincoat, crouched down and quickly slipped through the swaying police line. The tightly wrapped collar couldn't hide her cold, pale complexion. Flashing at the edge of the crowd, she slipped into the factory. She was searching for something eagerly. Soon, her gaze locked onto the damaged shipping container. She leaned in anxiously, but there was only a mess inside. Torn restraint straps, disconnected life support hoses, and several instruments still sparking with electricity, everything except the creature that had been kept here. Laura, she whispered, not knowing that she had just missed her. The uncontrollable worry in her eyes and the helplessness of being alone trembled slightly in the shadows. Hey, who are you? An agent discovered this out-of-place girl and chased after her quickly. The girl was startled and turned to run. Don't run. Stop. The two chased each other through the piled-up equipment. Relying on her small stature, she squeezed into a corner filled with parts. The agent followed quickly and shone a flashlight inside. Under the beam of light, there was only a metal opening that had been forcibly broken. The edges were twisted and curled, as if it had been wrenched open by some invisible force. What the fool? Ah! Inside the moving vehicle, Kingpin let out a low roar, his back pressed against the seatback. His thick fingers plunged straight into his bloodied, mangled eye socket, hooked onto the ruined eyeball, and yanked it outward with a sudden force. Squelch! The sticky sound of detachment was exceptionally clear in the confined space. He tossed the gouged-out eyeball onto the floor. The end of the dark red flesh was still attached to a few strands of nerve, twitching on the carpet. The inner panel of the car door, pressed by his other hand, was dented deeply by his terrifying, monstrous strength. HNG. On the bench beside him, Bullseye lay on his back, his hands clutching tightly at the gruesome gash in his abdomen, trying to keep his internal organs from sliding out. On the surface, it looked like he had only taken one slash from Green, but in reality, his injuries were far more severe than Kingpin's. That single slash had sliced away part of his kidney and stomach, finally striking against his adamantium spine. How the fool, how much money did you actually take from him? Kingpin tore open the cooler beside him, grabbed a handful of crushed ice with his bare hand, and pressed it fiercely against the long, gaping wound on his chest. The ice cubes were quickly stained red, and the bloody water, mixed with melted ice, trickled down his muscular torso. 500,000. $500. Hiss, the veins on Kingpin's temples throbbed violently. He didn't know whether to praise the greedy Green for being able to haggle over even $500, or to curse this idiot beside him who, just to tease the other party, had actually only taken $500. $500. He had lost an eye, taken a slash to his chest that nearly reached the bone, and this idiot beside him had almost been cut in half on the spot. You're crazy, he's even crazier, two complete lunatics. Kingpin felt completely innocent, yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow the bitter pill. He grabbed a bottle of whiskey from his side and took a fierce gulp. The strong liquor burned his throat, but it couldn't suppress the stifling frustration in his heart. Then, what do we do now? Double the number of people guarding the territory, hire more if you don't have enough, arm everyone with guns, and find a heavy-hitting middleman to go talk to Green. Things hadn't reached the point of no return yet, and Kingpin didn't want to burn bridges with Green right now. Perhaps subconsciously, the chill of that blade piercing his vision had doused his boiling rage. He had to admit that he was indeed a bit fearful of that madman. Because madmen have no weaknesses. But he did. Turn around, pick up my wife and son first. Downstairs at the Life Foundation building, a Ford sedan bearing the shield emblem pulled up. Green pushed the door open and got out. The camera at the entrance scanned his face, and the tablet in the doorman's hand lit up with visitor information. The doorman quickly put on a standardized smile and hurried over to greet him. Mr. Green, you don't need an appointment, you can head straight to the top floor. Green glanced back at the driver's seat. Hill was sitting there with a calm expression, or rather, she hadn't moved from her position at all. Nick Fury is very interested in you, she said, her voice slightly hoarse. Perhaps he will find time to meet with you. Better not let me see a black hard-boiled egg holding my spatula and frying eggs in my house. Green dropped this line and turned to walk toward the building. The doorman gave a polite smile to the expressionless female agent inside the car, then quickly followed Green. He hadn't heard anything, and there was no need for him to hear anything. Hill's hand rested on the grip of her gun, her eyes looking at the departing Green with complex emotions. That man's back was exposed to her, completely undefended. Just one shot, aimed at the back of his head, and then all of this, the humiliation, the forced submission, could end. But her fingers froze outside the trigger guard. Her body was refusing her will. It must be that. How could her soul truly be corroded by such a villain? She let go, but her brain uncontrollably flashed back to those images, how she had actively straddled. What am I thinking? She pounded her forehead, and the torn wound at the corner of her mouth throbbed with pain. She straightened the rearview mirror and saw clearly that tiny splits had been stretched open on both corners of her mouth, inflamed and swollen. Fool Green. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath, grabbed a bottle of water from the glove box, and rinsed her mouth vigorously to wash away the viscous, fishy taste. Afterward, she turned on the car radio. Beep. Hill, why has your channel been silent for this period? A capable female voice suddenly came through. I was doing a system calibration. Why are you the one connecting, May? Hill recognized the voice. A soldier in the military injected Bruce Banner's blood, and Nick Fury got wind of it and rushed over there personally. On the other end of the communication, Asian female agent Melinda May was standing in an empty hangar, her gaze behind her sunglasses sweeping over the technicians inspecting a heavy transport aircraft nearby. I'll be your contact for the time being. Are you okay? Your voice sounds a bit hoarse. I'm fine. How is your psychological counseling going? Does it affect you being on the front lines now? Hill cleared her aching throat. What do you think? Nick Fury has already approved my return to active duty. I'm doing great, and I'm planning to head to the SHIELD Academy to pick out a few promising recruits. Alright. By the way, that asset you're handling, can you keep him under control? SHIELD's psychological profile on him is extremely chaotic, and his network of relationships is complex. Don't worry, I've got about 70 or 80% of it under control, the rest. I'm working on it. Hill pulled the car door shut and put on her headset. Be careful, don't get sucked in, that type of person naturally has a dangerous attraction. I know. Communication ended. Copy that. Hill turned off the radio, and the screen switched back to the navigation interface. Who? She rubbed her temples hard and glanced resentfully in the direction where Green had left. Of course I know. She stepped on the gas, and the car slowly drove away from the building. HMPH. Green, walking toward the revolving door with his back to her, curled the corner of his mouth into an amused arc. How could he not sense that flash of killing intent? But he knew she couldn't pull the trigger. The most wretched state of this woman had long been fully seen by him and etched into his control. Her loyalty might still belong to SHIELD, but her body, every inch of trembling, every gasp of surrender, had long since submitted to him in primitive desire. The doorman led him into the private elevator. Green raised his hand and pressed it against the fingerprint screen. The elevator door slid open. He walked inside, while the doorman remained outside, bowing slightly until the metal doors closed. The elevator ascended smoothly, with almost no sense of inertia. The numbers on the door frame flickered rapidly on the screen, finally stopping at 135. Ding! The elevator doors slid open to both sides. Outside the door, a young man in a suit was spinning a tesseract with one hand. He looked up, a smile spreading across his face. Welcome to the Life Foundation, Mr. Green. Nice to meet you, I am Carlton Drake. Please don't mind that I previously issued the commission via online message. As long as there's money, it's fine. Green walked out of the elevator, took the container from his carry-on bag, and handed it over. Thanks. Drake took the container, pressed and slid his thumb along the cylindrical surface, and the special metal layer on the side lowered, revealing the heart floating in the solution inside. The heart was still beating slowly, its surface bulging with faint contours resembling facial features, while the main veins stretched and swayed in the liquid like seaweed, extending fine, dense blood vessels. Look at that, it can actually maintain a low-activity flesh proliferation reaction even in the Kramer inhibitory solution. Drake leaned in to examine it, his tone full of admiration. Its original vitality must be incredibly strong. How did you dispose of it? Flayed it alive. The surroundings went silent for a second. The complexions of several assistants and researchers went visibly pale. They instinctively took a half step back, shielding Drake in front. Hey, impressive. Drake forced the corners of his mouth to twitch, his smile somewhat stiff. No wonder so many people recommended you to me. He seemed to have genuinely underestimated the other's style of operation, but upon second thought, this brutal method was exactly what was needed for that task. He casually handed the container to the still dazed assistant beside him, turned around, and beckoned to Green, his expression returning to normal. Come see my achievements. Green stepped forward to follow. I have always longed for space. Beyond our existing detection methods, there may exist life forms similar to humans, yet surviving in completely different ways, he said as he walked. But this planet beneath our feet also hides many creatures that existing science cannot explain. I want to understand them and use them to achieve a leap in the hierarchy of life. Only then will I have enough time to explore the stars. Do you need me to applaud, Mr. Drake? Green followed at his side, his gaze sweeping over the sealed compartments on both sides. Inside were imprisoned materials, humans, apes, and some hard-to-classify living specimens. Collectively, they were all test subjects, illuminated coldly by incandescent experiment lights, their eyes filled with a similar numbness. You didn't have me look at these just to preach your grand ideals, right? Because I dreamed of being an astronaut when I was a kid too. Of course not. Bang. Before the words were finished, the glass of a compartment nearby was suddenly struck by a black shadow. The thing was splayed against the transparent barrier, claws scraping against the glass, making a harsh, screeching sound. Are you running a Resident Evil scenario here? He won't suddenly spit out tentacles, will he? Green leaned in with interest to observe. The person inside had lost all their hair, their skin had multiple split openings, and a thread-like object was slowly wriggling under the skin of their forehead. Is this some kind of parasite? Green pointed to the wriggling trace. No, it's twine. Drake stepped closer and explained calmly. In 1954, in the town of Francis, Kansas State, America, a man named Greg Koch, to commemorate his deceased daughter, used witchcraft to weave her corpse into a ball of twine. It wasn't until a few years ago that my expedition team found it, and by that time, there was more than just his daughter's corpse inside the ball of twine. It extends twine with biological properties to sense, capture, and devour life, and can also transform human bodies into controlled, twine people. They possess a certain level of intelligence, but basically follow their instincts. We cut off a part from the main body to conduct experiments, but progress is slow. If they are separated from the main body for too long, they die. We have collected some similar, abnormal items, but we lack systematic research data on these concepts involving abstract forces. Oh. Green responded indifferently after listening. I've asked several professionals in this field, and they all advised me to stop the research. Drake smiled, his eyes revealing satisfaction. But you are different. Your attitude is too indifferent. Either you don't care how excessive we are being, or you are so strong that you don't care about our little antics. Let's be direct. No need to test me, I only care about money. Green said without beating around the bush. Okay. Drake took the tablet from his assistant. A subsidiary of mine is developing a substance that is expected to allow human bodily functions to reverse grow back to a youthful state, but I need key data. This data is currently controlled by the Black Lake Genetics Company, which has military backing. As he spoke, he pulled up the data on the tablet. And through special channels, I learned that the source of that data actually comes from one place. An area that has been jointly blockaded by the White Bear and America in the form of Oshkosh Alliance, since the end of World War II. Green looked at the screen. In the footage shot from a helicopter, a dense forest surrounded a bottomless canyon. Both banks were equipped with multiple automatic machine guns, and there were groups of self-sensing trigger bombs hanging from the cliffs. The main area of human activity was two watchtowers on the opposite bank, while the valley floor was obscured by thick fog, making it impossible to see anything. The intelligence we have is still very limited, but I can guarantee you a 100% safe extraction, and that your identity information regarding your participation in the operation will be completely destroyed. No one will know who did it. 100%. Green handed the tablet back, a half smile on his face. That doesn't sound safe at all. Did you learn this pitch from an American blockbuster? Most of it, yes, but I'll take it. Huh. Oh, right, okay. The speech Drake had prepared got stuck in his throat. I need a set of level 5 military equipment, detailed information on the personnel stationed in the canyon, and a complete firepower distribution map. Green pointed his index finger through the glass at the head of the twined person in the compartment. It was enraged, frantically slapping the glass and roaring at him, the hot air from its mouth condensing into a patch of white fog on the glass. Green glanced at Drake. You can do that, right? The tone of this conversation sounded more like a superior issuing orders to a subordinate. No problem. He couldn't hide his excitement, then realized he had lost his composure. He coughed lightly and quickly composed his expression. Send the specific time to that anonymous website I used to contact you. Anything else? Nothing else. I will assemble a professional team to assist you. Drake's gaze fell on Green, gradually becoming scorching. I have a premonition that your existence will be the key to realizing my plan. Look at this body, it's practically the end point of the life evolution I envision. How about leaving some body data for me? Hey, that's enough. Green swatted away the hand the other tried to reach out with. Don't touch me, I sell my skills, not my body. You should just go be your astronaut. Ahem. I will contact you as soon as possible. Only business. Green turned and walked away, his pace instinctively quickening a bit. Of course it's business. I like valuable partners. Drake watched Green's retreating back, the smile on his face fading bit by bit, like warm light being drained away, leaving only the gloom and depth illuminated by the cold white lights of the laboratory. How could someone who could single-handedly build a technological empire like the Life Foundation remain only on the surface of emotions? If he hadn't thoroughly dug into Green's battle records beforehand, the other party would have become a new exhibit in one of the compartments on either side of this corridor the moment he handed over the commissioned item. But now, his expectations for Green went beyond that. Accelerate the development progress of the spacefaring vessel. I do not want the progress of space exploration to fall behind. Yes. A flash of irrepressible brutality crossed his eyes. Every head of Hydra has its strengths and weaknesses, and I will become the strongest one. Hail Hydra. The surrounding researchers stopped their work, their expressions fanatical. Hail Hydra. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Green walked straight out of the building and took a deep breath of the cool outdoor air. Identity information completely destroyed. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just like when the other party first contacted him online for the commission, Drake didn't trust him, and neither did he. It wasn't like their relationship became incredibly good after meeting a few times. What was certain was that the other party needed him, and the first impression was not bad. Although there was malice hidden in his eyes, it made him feel more relaxed than kindness. He was used to dealing with villains. Just take it one step at a time. Feels quite fun. Sir, do you need me to call a car for you? The doorman hurried over, his tone respectful. No trouble. Green waved his hand, walked to the roadside, took out his phone, and skillfully unlocked a shared electric scooter. Under the doorman's somewhat stunned gaze, he straddled the scooter that was slightly too small for him. His tall figure looked mismatched with the slender frame, like a thin antelope supporting an adult lion. The tires sank noticeably, and the vehicle's body emitted a faint metallic groan. He turned back and waved casually. Bye bye Tilda. Goodbye. So small. Can't they make them bigger? Green adjusted the slightly ridiculous little yellow hat on his head, a blatant, evil smile curling at the corner of his mouth. First, let's have brunch, and then, begin the revenge. The wind brushed past his ears, and he lowered his voice, as if talking to himself, or perhaps announcing something. What a wonderful half day. Ha ha ha. The low laughter scattered into the wind after the New York morning, disappearing along with the little yellow hat into the flowing streetscape. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American comic. Feeding the Wolf Girl. Why is she clinging to me? Part 2. In the West District of Hell's Kitchen, Fisk Tower stood. This building was once a library in the 80s, but after changing hands several times, it was purchased by Kingpin, renovated into apartments, and further refurbished into a hotel, becoming his private little kingdom. At this moment, this little kingdom had entered a state of total lockdown because of a top-tier hunter who had maintained a zero-failure record since starting their career. Streets were blockaded, and within a 1-kilometer radius, every jewelry store, pawn shop, Whole Foods market, and security camera had become Kingpin's eyes and ears. At the street corner, a beggar wrapped in a tattered down jacket curled up against a pillar. In the tin can in front of him, instant spaghetti was boiling, bubbling away. Puddles on the ground held reflections, which were shattered one after another as vehicles roared past. In the back of a pickup truck, gang members held up AKs and howled, unable to contain their excitement. The reward Kingpin offered this time was high. Merely guarding a location and keeping an eye out for someone felt like free money to them. It is 10:24 a.m., the beggar raised his left wrist. His sleeve slid down, revealing a precision mechanical watch underneath, its second hand ticking rhythmically as the gears engaged. Time since the order was issued, 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 23 seconds. He. I wonder when that owl will show up. His intelligence is highly sought after all. He lowered his hand nonchalantly, continued humming a vague tune, and slowly stirred the pasta in the can. A strip of dark fabric was inadvertently exposed at his waist, with the small handle of a gun vaguely pressed underneath. A single-shot pocket pistol, 25-round magazine, with a silencer. The effective range was only 20 meters, useless on a battlefield, but in a close-quarters assassination. Who would pay attention to a foul-smelling beggar? Moreover, he was far from the only one eyeing this place. Many factions had long since caught wind of the situation through their own intelligence networks. They waited with bated breath, wanting to see just how much flesh that owl could peck off Kingpin, and how much they could snatch for themselves in the process. At the entrance to the hotel lobby, a tall, burly man with an unusually broad forehead was pacing irritably. He was wearing an ill-fitting blue suit with shoulder pads, his brows tightly knitted, muscles on his forehead bunched into ridges, his entire being exuded an irrepressible air of violence. Hey, Harold, got a light? A voice suddenly cut in. The blond man who walked out of the hotel pulled a cigarette from a metal case. James, what exactly did the boss say? I could go out right now and twist Green Morgan's head off, instead of waiting here like an idiot. Harold's voice was loud as he pulled out a lighter to light his cigarette. Aren't you? Kingpin's personal assistant, his white glove, James Wesley, leaned in to take the light, rubbing his ears that had been rattled by the noise, thinking to himself. Anyone with eyes could see that a head-on collision with a prepared Green Morgan was pure suicide. Even the boss's monstrous physique had its muscles slashed by a single blade, and now he could only barely stop the bleeding with special medical staples. You only had a titanium alloy skeleton implanted in your head, not your neck and heart replaced. Being stubborn won't save your life. James took a drag of his cigarette. Given Green Morgan's style, you might be blown into nothing but a piece of scrap metal before you even see him. I only know how to fight. Harold grunted. That's why Kingpin is having you do what you're good at. Green Morgan's target isn't you, or rather, he doesn't even bother to kill you, as long as you aren't unlucky enough to run into him at the same intersection. James flicked the cigarette ash. Now go and drive out the Judas gang that's taking advantage of this to grab territory. Fool these insidious dead squids. They usually put on a show of praising God, but they're the ones stealing the most silverware from the church. Even James couldn't help but curse. Then who's going to watch this place? Thompson will take over for you. James was referring to Tombstone, another territory boss in Kingpin's criminal empire. He had gained a superhuman physique and skin that was nearly invulnerable due to experiments. He was cold-natured and in charge of Kingpin's drug and arms business. What? James, you know he. Shut up. James lowered his voice, interrupting Harold, and stepped forward abruptly, grabbing his tie and pulling him close. Do you think the boss doesn't know Thompson has ambition? That's exactly why he must be kept under our noses. Do you really think these firing points around here are all just to guard against Green Morgan alone? Upon hearing this, Harold subconsciously raised his eyes to scan the surrounding buildings. The rather dull morning light spread across the scene, and the wind was lifting several curtains. Behind the curtains were the vague silhouettes of gun barrels, and at the edge of the higher rooftops lay the tactical sniper team that Kingpin had brought in from the Transigan Genetic Company. He withdrew his gaze and quieted down. James poked his chest hard with his finger. In other words, the boss trusts you, which is why you are his fist on the outside. James let go and straightened the tie he had pulled askew. Don't lose the fight and make us come save you, understand? Understood. Go on. Harold huffed heavily, turned around, and gathered his men to get in the cars and leave. Phew. James let out a sigh of relief and straightened his suit, which had wrinkled from the movement. Actually, there was half a sentence he hadn't said. Kingpin wouldn't mind if Harold died out there. Faced with blatant provocations to his territory, he had to respond. Once perceived as weak, more gangs would swarm in to suck his blood. Everything all right. Harold looked terrible, though he doesn't usually look much better. A gravelly voice came from inside the hotel entrance. The Eastern European man walking over was dressed like a biker. His exposed skin had an unhealthy pinkish-white hue, his scalp was thinning, and an old red scarf hung loosely around his neck. Everything is going smoothly. James walked past him with a casual tone. TCH, show off. Thompson rubbed the oil on his nose, sneered, and walked toward the entrance. He tilted his head toward his subordinates, who immediately brought over a folding chair and a large bucket of buttered popcorn. He sat down carelessly, grabbed a handful, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed with a crunching sound. With so many people, he didn't understand how they could lose. In his view, Kingpin was just scared. On the 4th floor, in one of the suites. Do you like these, son? There are plenty more. Kingpin knelt halfway on the floor, smiling gently at the boy in front of him, looking like a completely different person from the ferocious crime lord outside. At this moment, he was just a father trying to please his son. In front of them were piled various electronic devices, replica firearms, and limited edition The Seven Dolls, gifts that a boy of this age could hardly refuse. The replica firearms were the hardest to get. Heaven knows how those brutes who usually held real weapons managed to get them. Actually, you already gave me a whole set the year before last. The boy raised his head hesitantly. Besides, how am I supposed to play by myself? Kingpin was momentarily speechless. Richard, you know Daddy is very busy. The beautiful black-haired woman beside them spoke up at the right moment. Her long hair had a noticeable streak of white, and her voice was gentle. But I remember that girl you mentioned a few days ago. Her name is Lucy, right? You could ask her. Hey, Mom. That's our secret. The boy blushed instantly and shouted shyly. Oh, sorry. The beautiful woman pursed her lips in a pretended apologetic smile and pressed his shoulder. Hemtilda Richard. Kingpin raised his eyebrows, looking as if he understood everything. Looks like we need to find some time to have a real talk about men's issues. Stop. We're just friends. Richard shouted as he ran back into the bedroom. The two watched their son's retreating figure and smiled at each other. But soon, the smile on the beautiful woman Vanessa's face faded. Kingpin noticed it immediately, and his mouth turned down as well. Wilson, I've told you not to involve these things at home, especially Richard. Kingpin opened his mouth, but in the end, just sighed. I know. This time is really serious, right? Vanessa asked softly. She could smell the lingering scent of blood on him, and she could also see that his eye, which looked normal, was actually hollow and lifeless. It was a prosthetic eye. In her memory, Kingpin had never been this badly injured. Of course not, he leaned over and kissed her forehead. It's just a localized storm, I can handle it. Don't forget, I still have to go to your art exhibition, my dear Vanessa. He patted her back gently and turned to walk out the door. Vanessa watched his retreating figure, a flicker of dark light passing beneath the surface of the worry in her eyes. He didn't look back, and naturally, didn't see his lover's strangeness. At this moment, the boy couldn't help but run out. Vanessa lowered her eyes and gently pulled him to her side. Say goodbye to Daddy. Goodbye, Daddy. He turned around upon hearing this, nodded with a smile, then bent down, holding onto the door frame, and carefully squeezed out through the door that was too narrow for him. Outside the door, a pair of soup twins from the Transigan company were guarding. To be precise, they were originally triplets. The youngest one met Green Morgan during a mission last year and was literally spiced to death by him using capsaicin. Yes, spiced to death. That person's ability was possessing a sense of smell and taste far surpassing ordinary people, capable of distinguishing and recording pheromones that humans couldn't detect, but because of this, he was extremely allergic to irritating substances. Green Morgan had fed him about 500 God of Death peppers at the time. One could imagine how painfully he died. So, this pair of twins in front of him were also here for revenge. Watch them well. He turned his head and ordered in a deep voice. 24-hour rotating guard posts in groups of 4, with people stationed in the rooms above and below. The sniper on the opposite rooftop is ranked 9th in the world, and I, the one with a more mature demeanor, said with a serious expression. Can see through things and monitor the indoor situation at any time. I understand your concerns, please rest assured, the mission comes first. There's no need to monitor constantly, and don't look too deep. Kingpin's fists clenched slightly. Faced with this soup who could easily pry into his wife's privacy, his tone carried a clear warning. I respect the employer's privacy, but I will also conduct necessary observations according to professional instinct. It better be that way. Kingpin felt it was necessary to carefully review their files afterwards. He turned and left. Phew, this guy is even scarier than expected. The other twin finally let out a sigh of relief. Shut up, he hasn't gone far. The older one scolded in a low voice. Yes, you're the boss. Don't forget how Black died. That owl might already be here. Understood tilde. I'm not afraid of peppers. Looking at the hidden hatred in his younger brother's stubborn eyes, the older one felt a surge of helplessness. Back then, the three brothers went out to make their way in the world, didn't join bot company, and instead stumbled into a cult. Later, they encountered Green Morgan, who held complete intelligence, and the entire cult was wiped out overnight. They survived by luck because they were sent out on a mission. To be honest, he didn't hate Green Morgan too much. He hated himself more for not leading his brother down the right path back then. Focus on the work. I know. The older one turned and gripped the doorknob, his eyes moving, instinctively wanting to probe the indoor situation, but then he stopped. He nodded to Vanessa, who was leaning against the wall. She forced a faint smile. He opened the door and stepped out sideways. At the very last moment, as the door hinge turned and his line of sight was about to be completely blocked, he didn't see Vanessa's relaxed posture suddenly tense up, with undisguisable horror rising in her eyes. As the door gap narrowed, the shadows were peeled away inch by inch. A tall figure was gradually exposed in the light, a cold and stern face slowly emerging at the boundary of light and shadow. Those eyes were staring fixedly at the frozen Vanessa and the boy. He blinked, pressed his index finger to his lips, and held up a tranquilizer gun with his other hand. Shish. Click. The door crack closed. PFF'd. PFFT. The anesthetic darts shot out from the muzzle. The soft sound of the door closing perfectly masked the noise of the suppressed gunfire. Green strode forward, reaching out to catch the two limp bodies as they collapsed. The anesthetic hadn't fully taken effect yet. Their eyeballs trembled, reflecting the figure of this man in their field of vision. Fear spread along with their dilating pupils, but soon, they calmed down. Only then did Green slowly exhale, his heartbeat gradually returning to steady. But the next second, he held his breath again. He remembered the twins outside the door. He vaguely recalled that one of them had exceptionally keen hearing. A heartbeat that was too fast, or an extra breath, could potentially be detected. As for how he found this place, it was nothing more than using a bit of money to exchange for real-time intelligence online while enjoying brunch. Then, by following the dispatch routes of the underlings of Kingpin's henchmen, he had locked onto this location in advance. However, if a few henchmen hadn't moved gaming equipment into the room after entering the hotel, he wouldn't have been able to pinpoint the room number so accurately. Green remained silent, moving lightly as he slowly placed the two on the floor. He took two brooch-sized discs from his tactical belt and attached them to the back of their necks. The discs sprang open, extending 6 thin claws that pierced the skin, latched onto a spinal nerve, and released a faint electric current. He raised his left hand and swiped his fingertips across the device on his wrist. A mini screen lit up, displaying 3D holographic models of the two. A blue light flashed from a micro camera on the side, and a semi-transparent command keyboard unfolded in the air. Green entered a command into Vanessa's model: spread legs. The next second, the Vanessa on the floor responded. Her legs suddenly split apart without any flexible cushioning, her muscle lines instantly tightening to form a standard, rigid split. At the same time, her right leg exerted force, kicking the boy beside her away a short distance. Throughout the entire process, neither of them closed their eyes. Their gazes were cast emptily toward the ceiling, their consciousness was imprisoned, leaving only their bodies to execute the commands. It's quite handy. This disk was called a spinal control unit, built with an independent network cluster and equipped with black technology used by high-privilege SHIELD agents. With Green's level 1 field agent clearance, it would be impossible for him to have it, or even know about it, but Hill had it. At first, she refused to hand it over, and only after she was nearly suffocated was she forced to surrender it. So, what's next? Should I fight my way out, or vanish Batman style? Green rubbed his chin and chose the latter. I have an idea. Alright then, the Madhu short film directed by Green is about to begin. Downstairs, Kingpin had no idea that he had been home invaded by some guy lying in wait. He walked to the door. The subordinates scattered around, smoking or chatting, instantly fell silent. A hush descended. Tombstone, who was dozing on a lounge chair, sensed the familiar pressure approaching and immediately opened his eyes and stood up. Boss. He bowed his head slightly. Kingpin did not respond immediately. His gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds before he pressed his giant palm heavily onto his shoulder. I trust you, Thompson. That's why I entrusted my family to you to guard. Don't let me down. The palm tightened, knuckles sinking into the muscle. Tombstone felt his shoulder bone faintly groaning, and cold sweat seeped from his temples. I understand. He squeezed the answer out from between his teeth. Kingpin did not let go immediately but maintained the gripping posture. After what felt like several drawn-out seconds, he slowly released. Very good. He turned and left, leaving Tombstone standing there with his hands hanging down, his shoulder still aching with a dull pain and an invisible weight. Watch the door well, hey. James, who was following behind, chuckled as he brushed past him. Not until the sound of the car engine had completely faded did Tombstone raise his head, his eyes churning with ruthlessness and humiliation. He rubbed his nearly numb shoulder and kicked the lounge chair to pieces. Who the fool said this monster was injured? The car carriage swayed slightly as it drove. Kingpin's massive body sat on the floor, leaning against the seat, his head tilted back. James pulled over a medical lamp with a bulb, the harsh light shining directly into his bloodshot prosthetic eye. He carefully touched the edge with forceps, but his movements were not professional enough, carrying a kind of stiff hesitation. Ah! A suppressed groan rolled out of Kingpin's throat, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. There weren't many people he trusted, and James was one of them, so he had to endure this necessary roughness. In the corner, Bullseye was hooked up to an IV drip. Surprisingly, the gruesome wound on his waist had basically been sutured, the stitches could even be called fine. That unlicensed black market doctor he knew really was quite skilled. Your eyeball is showing a moderate inflammatory response, and your body has started to run a low fever. You need systematic treatment. He dropped the removed, cloudy prosthetic eye into a cleaning solution with a plop. I don't have time. Kingpin's voice was hoarse. He reached out and grabbed the whiskey from the small ice bucket nearby, unplugged the bottle, and tilted his head back to take a large gulp. The cold, strong liquor slid down his throat, bringing a brief moment of numbness, attempting to suppress the waves of brain-digging pain deep within his eye socket. I need to make an appearance to show those jackals outside that I'm still alive. Relying on Harrow alone won't keep the situation under control. Maybe we could try the bioprosthetic eye from over there. James cleaned his tools and suggested. Clairvoyant. Kingpin used a wet cloth to carefully wipe away the viscous pus seeping from his hollow eye socket, his movements somewhat distorted due to the pain. I don't think he'll install one for me for free without side effects. It's more likely he'll install a remote detonation device. I don't want to shove a micro bomb next to my brain, even if it's just a possibility. He paused and threw the dirty cloth into a small trash can in the corner. How is the Weapon X project that Olivia is in charge of? Are there any that can be put into use immediately? There are 4 finished soups who have passed the basic tests. James pulled up a brief report. But according to our agreement with the Transigan Company, they have priority, and they have named a very high price for this deployment of FOSSes. Greedy fools. Kingpin cursed under his breath and pressed the embedded electronic screen on the car wall. A blue light flashed, and the image of a woman with thick samba braids and an astonishing amount of hair appeared. She didn't look at the camera, her gaze fixed on the data streams on multiple monitors to the side, her 10 fingers tapping on the keyboard, leaving afterimages. 4 slender, white, octopus-like auxiliary tentacles stretched flexibly, adjusting instrument parameters, passing tools, and some were even brewing coffee, each performing its duty, dizzyingly efficient. Speak. What is it? She pushed up the glasses sliding down the bridge of her nose, her peripheral vision finally glancing at Kingpin. How much longer for the development of the metal restraints? Kingpin subconsciously covered his chest, where the knife wound left by Owl was still throbbing under the thick bandages. I must cut off that pair of wings of his. About another 12 hours. Olivia spoke at lightning speed, one tentacle enlarging a 3D model. We are lucky, we previously intercepted a batch of AIM prototype equipment. We just need to modify it and enhance the electromagnetic output power. Then do it as soon as possible. When exactly do you need it? Tonight. Kingpin looked at the blurry streetscape flying backward outside the car window. A strong sense of foreboding swirled in his heart. He didn't know where Green was hiding now or what he was plotting, but he had to prepare countermeasures first. All right then. Olivia drew out her tone. I'll rush it a bit more. Also, boss, you need to catch my little wolf girl back. I still have many experiments I haven't done on her. Her tracking chip signal shows she's active in your nearby area. However, looking at the coordinates, you are moving further and further away from her. That's not urgent, she can't escape. That's fine then. Olivia closed the communication. Kingpin turned to the silent Bullseye. I've arranged a luxury cruise ship to the Caribbean. Take enough money and go play for a few months to lie low. Don't stay here and be a target. As you wish, boss. Bullseye touched the wound on his waist, not daring to say more. Soon, the vehicle stopped in a secluded spot. Bullseye pulled out the needle, picked up the bulging black travel bag on the seat, pushed the door open, and quickly got into another waiting car. The door closed again, and the vehicle continued to drive steadily. Keep an eye on Bullseye. Kingpin was silent for a moment, looking out the window, then suddenly spoke. Understood. James nodded. Kingpin's meaning was clear. If the situation deteriorated to the point where someone had to draw fire or bear the consequences, then Bullseye was the pre-prepared sacrificial lamb. Kingpin's gaze lowered. That person, have you contacted him? He spoke again. Yes, he has agreed to step in. Kingpin reached into his suit's inner pocket and carefully pulled out a photograph with slightly worn edges. The background of the photo was a park. His massive figure stood in the back, Vanessa snuggled by his side, holding Richard, who was still in swaddling clothes, smiling brightly. He himself wore an honest smile on his face. Kingpin stared at the photo, his eyes becoming incredibly soft. He used his thumb to gently stroke the faces of his wife and son in the photo. I will not let anyone disturb our happiness. He held this pose for several seconds before carefully tucking the photo back into the inner pocket close to his heart and pressing it gently. When he raised his head again, his eyes had returned to their habitual, deep pool-like calmness and hardness, as if the softness of that moment had never existed. Outside the hotel room, right on time to check on the employer, the second brother removed his noise-canceling earmuffs. His hearing was too sensitive. He usually had to rely on this soundproofing to avoid being drowned out by the noise of the world. He leaned sideways, pressing his ear against the door panel, holding his breath, but what he caught was a series of abnormal movements. Luca. He signaled to the eldest brother beside him. Luca nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the door. His visual penetration quietly activated. The wood grain gradually faded from his field of vision, and the scene inside the room emerged as if developing a photo. Vanessa, the boy. Hiss. Luca's pupils contracted, and he sucked in a cold breath. His gaze seemed stuck, lingering for a split second before moving away. When he turned back, his expression was complex. What's wrong? The second brother noticed his odd behavior and reached out to push the door open. Don't. Luca clamped onto his wrist. What is your situation? The second brother shook off his hand. Luca fell into a mental storm. Professional ethics required him to protect the employer's privacy, but humanitarianism dictated he should open the door and intervene immediately. Just a mother overindulging her child, made a little mistake. He finally heard himself say. If she wants to feed him, let her feed him. If she wants to hit him, let her hit him. He chose the former, planning to subtly remind Kingpin later and ask for an extra fee for mental damages. After all, the scene was just too shocking. What? The second brother was dumbfounded, thinking his brother had gone crazy from work stress. It means you have to listen to me, Sika. Luca snapped the noise-canceling earmuffs back onto his head and turned away himself. However, his gaze contained a hint of indescribable trance. I really want to try. Outside the door, Sika did not wear the earmuffs properly. He quietly loosened one side. Suspicion had already sprouted in his heart. Looks like the plan was a success. There's time to move. From the crack in the door came faint arguments and the sound of the doorknob turning and stopping. Green rose from behind the single sofa and switched commands. The two people on the single sofa stopped moving. Ugly Treasure vomited out the inverted spear of heaven. He gripped it in a reverse hold and pierced the floor, smoothly drawing a circle to lift the entire slab of stone. Then, his figure dropped, crashing onto the poker table in the room below. The curtains were drawn, and the room was lit by only a single incandescent bulb. A group of people were sitting around the table smoking, playing Texas Hold'em. The smoke was thick, and the marijuana mixed in the tobacco made them think Green was just a hallucination brought on by the high. Is this the god of gamblers? This thought occurred to all of them simultaneously. Green glanced casually at the hand of the person closest to him. Tisk, trash hand. The person commented on was the first to get agitated. The others reacted almost in the next second. Isn't this the target from the photo on the phone? Arc light swept in a circle. The light bulb swayed with the cold wind that had whipped up, the light and shadow passing over their suddenly frozen faces. Lines of blood appeared simultaneously on their necks, beads of blood seeped out, and heads rolled. Green raised his hand to catch the two people jumping down from above, casually stuffing them into the room service cart nearby, and walked out of the door calmly. At the end of the corridor, patrol personnel had just passed. Green pushed the cart, walking unhurriedly toward the trash chute where he had tied a descent rope in advance. He had observed that the area near the trash cart was a weak point in the defense. He whistled the tune that the female assassin in Kill Bill whistled in the hospital, the wheels of the cart making a rhythmic clacking sound. At this moment, in the corridor, Sika took off his noise-canceling earmuffs and hung them around his neck, turning to leave. Where are you going? Luca shouted from behind. Sika didn't turn his head. Hurry. Got it. What Luca didn't see was that Sika's expression was ferocious. He had heard it, that extremely brief, almost imperceptible ringing of a blade. Although it was fast, he had caught it. The opponent must have chosen a stealthy evacuation due to a numerical disadvantage, and this gave him the perfect opportunity. He would find him, and then, empty all his bullets into his back. Rounding the corridor corner, Sika's pace grew faster and faster, from a brisk walk to a jog, and finally into a sprint, heading straight downstairs. That whistling. Sika had never told Luca that at the scene of that tragedy, he had found a tape used to record the cult's chorus. The tape was recorded halfway through when the carnage occurred. After all the screams, wails, and the deathly silence of pain, the only thing clearly preserved was this whistling. Moreover, the whistling became clearer at the end, indicating that the opponent had approached or even picked it up and intentionally left it behind. Why? Just for fun. He sprinted, rushing to the corridor. The whistling coming from the other corner was exactly the same as in his memory. He lunged forward, pulling out his pistol. Sweat sliding down his brow blurred his vision, but he didn't care. The whistling was getting closer and closer. His index finger was pressed hard against the trigger. This red-carpeted corridor was about 50 meters long, but for the first time, he felt it was so long as the tongue lolling from a demon's grin. His heartbeat was heavy, his vision swayed violently with his running body, and his breathing was burning and rapid. As soon as he reached the corner, he quickly twisted his body, poked his head out, and raised his gun, pointing it at the corridor, but it was empty. Why? Are you looking for me? A light, casual male voice sounded behind him without warning. Sika's blood seemed to freeze throughout his entire body. A cold, sticky killing intent, like deep-sea seaweed, drilled through the gaps in his combat suit's fibers, wrapping around his skin, slithering along. It was in this extreme terror that his brain became clear instead. An absurd question surfaced in his mind. What was he doing? Hunting a monster. All kill. Sika's reaction was extremely fast. While lowering the muzzle, his body completed a twist, and he delivered a standard tactical kick with full force toward the center of the chest of the person behind him, attempting to create distance. Click. The trigger movement ceased abruptly. Green had jammed the trigger with just the second joint of his index finger. Facing the incoming kick, he had no defensive or force-dispersing movement. Thud. The dull sound of impact was like kicking a solid concrete block. The massive recoil exploded back from his sole all the way to his calf. Sika's entire right leg went numb. His vision blurred, and the light before his eyes suddenly darkened as if pressed by some heavy, inhuman presence. Did I kick a mountain? Green was still standing there, his figure towering in the swaying field of vision, blocking the light. He just stood there, without even the rise and fall of breathing. A fish that slipped through the net actually swimming back to the butcher voluntarily. This is the first time I've seen that. You're very brave. Green smiled and swung his blade. Sika felt a chill on his right wrist, and his right hand, still holding the gun, slid off from the wrist along a smooth diagonal line. Ah! Sika arched his back, using his left hand to clamp down on his bleeding severed wrist, his teeth chattering and grinding. Every inch of muscle on his face twisted in pain. Green tossed the severed hand, which was still holding the gun, in his hand. Look up. The voice was very light, but Sika didn't dare to resist and tilted his face up. The tip of the blade pressed against his brow. Ha! Ha! Sika opened his mouth wide in terror, gasping for breath like a stranded fish. Warm blood flowed from the wound on his forehead, streaming down his brow bone and soaking his right eye. His vision was a sea of crimson. He looked at Green through that red veil, no longer with hate, only primitive fear remaining. I killed your brother. It has nothing to do with right or wrong, it's just a result. The fact that you are still alive proves that my mission back then was not ideal. So, don't make me regret this decision, okay? He stuffed Sika's severed hand back into his jacket and took his walkie-talkie while he was at it. The tip of the blade left his forehead. Sika froze in place, Green's back gradually blurring and shrinking in his field of vision. He just stood there, his mind blank. In the upper corridor, Luca frowned, as if by telepathy. Sika had been gone for a while. He grabbed the walkie-talkie. All units on alert, there's a situation, stand by with weapons. After speaking, he ran toward the direction his brother had left. Unit 1 received. Unit 2 received. Unit 3. Unit 4. The communication channel responded one after another, but Luca could no longer hear them. He slammed on the brakes at the corner. Sika was standing at the other end of the corridor, facing him sideways, motionless. Hey! Bro! Luca disengaged the safety on his gun handle. Sika slowly turned his head. Luca's breath hitched. He saw a grotesque expression frozen on his brother's face. The corners of his mouth were instinctively turning up due to surviving, yet bending painfully downward due to the life bestowed by his enemy. His whole face looked as if it were being torn by two opposing forces. Why didn't he kill me? Sika's voice was trembling uncontrollably. Luca was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly understood. Sika had encountered him, but the opponent had let him live. This in itself was a message, a choice. If he reported it now and mobilized everyone for a siege, perhaps there was a chance, but what if they failed? If he survived the siege, what would he do? More importantly, since the opponent had appeared here, it meant the target upstairs had already been secured. The sudden abnormal behavior of that mother and child earlier now had an answer. Luca leaned against the wall, hand supporting his forehead, suddenly feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. He hadn't even seen the opponent, yet he had already been forced to make two choices. The opponent was too good at playing with psychology. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up the walkie-talkie. Crisis averted, all units continue to stand by. Received. A brief response came from the channel, no one asked a single extra question. Luca lowered his arm, looking at his brother in the distance, who was lost in spirit, and smiled bitterly. Looks like we have to run again, brother. The corridor ceiling light buzzed twice, casting a silent shadow between the two. Hiss. A zipline swayed inside the hotel's external garbage chute. Green carried two people with one hand, while the other gripped the deceleration device, landing softly on the foul-smelling pile of trash. He casually ripped the walkie-talkie from Sika's waist, crushed it in his grip until it burst, and parts fell to the ground with a rustle. He had heard Luca's words. Since the other party chose silence, there was no need to hunt them down further. Green stepped out of the dumpster, flies buzzing and swill flowing everywhere. Several black men patrolling the alley turned at the sound, their faces turning pale. We ran into him. What the fool? You guys go first, I'll cover the rear. Someone turned and fled. Not everyone dared to face Green head-on. The remaining ones had just drawn their guns when they caught a glimpse of an afterimage flashing by. A crimson line bloomed on their necks, their bodies went limp, and their heads rolled away. Those who had fled a few steps were also caught up to and taken down in an instant. Green dragged the bodies back one by one and threw them into the dumpster. Then, expressionless, he dug out the equipment he had hidden under the trash beforehand, a large, pink suitcase. He tore open the waterproof bag, changed into the jacket and shoes from inside the case, stuffed the two unconscious people into it, and zipped it up. The case stood upright, and the handle was extended. Green casually straightened the green felt hat he had taken from one of the corpses and closed the dumpster lid. He pulled the suitcase, rolling it over puddles, pried open a sewer manhole cover with a prepared crowbar, descended the stairs into the underground, and replaced the manhole cover before leaving. The underground drainage tunnel had no light, save for the beam of a portable flashlight illuminating about 4 or 5 meters ahead, with countless dust motes floating in the beam. Green dragged the pink suitcase along the edge of the sewage, his footsteps echoing hollowly in the tunnel, as if stepping into a labyrinth that led to nowhere. Rats peered from unseen corners, rustling and emitting wary squeaks. Green was very familiar with this place. His experiences had never been smooth, he often had moments of near death. In severe cases, he would die for a few seconds, and then he would live again. Whenever that happened, he would hide underground, quietly licking his wounds like an injured beast. Although he had more comfortable safe houses all over the world, he always felt this place was the most reliable. Just like these rats that survived in the darkness. They knew where they could live and where they should hide. Moreover, vaguely, he could feel something following him. He did not know if it was scent tracking or something else, but it would be perfect to resolve it here, where he wouldn't even need to dispose of the body. Green deliberately slowed his pace. He tapped his fingertips lightly against the flashlight's body, listening intently to the splashing sounds. He pushed the suitcase aside, raised the light, and turned around. The beam cut through the darkness but could not pierce the chaos further away. Then there was no need to look. With a click, he turned off the light, his figure suddenly sinking into the darkness. The next moment, ding! Blade and claws clashed fiercely, the sparks bursting like a momentary lightning bolt, illuminating the other's face. A wild, untamed, and youthful face was stained with grime, and disheveled hair clung wetly to her forehead. She was wearing only a thin, white lab coat soaked in sewage, hunching her back, baring her teeth, and holding off Green's blade with a pair of wolf claws. Tisk! Green turned sideways and delivered a low kick to her waist. The girl let out a muffled grunt as she was kicked away, her back shattering a large patch of decaying wall plaster before she slid to the ground. She struggled to climb up, but a cold blade tip was already pressed against her eye. Just half an inch further, it would pierce her eyeball and enter her skull. She froze. Click! The flashlight's beam suddenly lit up, shining directly onto her face. The girl turned her head away, stung by the bright light, and raised a hand to shield her eyes, but she still stubbornly looked up at Green through her fingers. Amidst her wet black hair, those eyes appeared exceptionally clear in the halo of light, like an abandoned wolf cub. Green's gaze swept over her temple, the control instrument was gone. He did not know if it had been destroyed during their previous encounter or if she had torn it off herself. But it was certain that all her actions at this moment stemmed from her own will. Why are you following me? His voice sounded exceptionally cold and hard in the empty sewer. She did not answer, only slowly opening her tightly clenched right hand. In her palm was half a chocolate bar, already melted and deformed by her body heat, with sticky brown syrup coating her fingers and palm. For me. The girl nodded vigorously, watching him without blinking. Is it good? She nodded again, the movement very slight. Green stared at her silently for a few seconds, then finally leaned down and retrieved that half piece of chocolate from her sticky palm. His fingertips inevitably became stained with the sweet, sticky grime. He lowered his eyes to look at it, then casually tossed it into the sewage nearby. The next second, the girl lunged out without warning, completely disregarding the blade still held before her. The sharp blade tip sliced a bloody mark on her cheek, and warm beads of blood splattered onto the back of Green's hand. He subconsciously turned his blade horizontally to protect himself, thinking she was attacking. But she only stumbled into the knee-deep sewage, leaning down and fumbling eagerly, as if that half-melted chocolate were some irreplaceable treasure. Green stood where he was, watching her unguarded back, the water washing deeper stains onto her thin lab coat. He slowly sheathed his blade and walked closer. Very quickly, she fished the half-chocolate from the sewage, murky filth dripping down through her fingers. She kept her head lowered, staring at the deformed brown mass in her palm, her eyes filled with an obvious, childlike reluctance to part with it. Turning her face, she glanced at Green with a resentful look. It's all gross now. Green slapped away her filth-covered hand. The girl let out a low, threatening sound from her throat, making as if to lunge, but when she saw him pull out a brand new, packaged chocolate bar from his pocket the next moment, she abruptly halted her movement. If you want to eat, eat the good stuff. He tossed it casually. She caught it nimbly, clutching the intact chocolate bar, forgetting to react for a moment. Green turned and stepped out of the sewage, picked up the suitcase, and continued walking toward the depths of the darkness. The girl's gaze followed his back until his silhouette was about to be swallowed by the darkness. Only then did she lower her head, looking at her own clean palm and the chocolate wrapped in shiny foil. Green walked ahead. Patter, patter. The sticky, wet footsteps rang out stubbornly in the drainage tunnel, like an inescapable shadow. Green stopped abruptly, and the sound behind him ceased instantly. He turned back and saw the thin figure standing 5 steps away, clutching the newly given chocolate bar, tilting her head to look at him. On her dirty face, the wound previously sliced by the blade had already healed as if it had never been there, leaving only a faint pink mark. Those black and white eyes stared at him fixedly, unblinking. Can't you just go away? Do you want me to send you to an orphanage? Green was very annoyed. The girl had no reaction, as if she did not understand, or as if she simply did not care. He turned and continued walking, and the footsteps immediately followed again. Get lost, or I'll kill you. Green spun around suddenly, leaning forward, trying to intimidate her into backing off. The girl stopped, but still looked up at him, not retreating half a step. You really want to follow me? She nodded, very vigorously. I don't keep useless trash. The girl's hands clanged as she unsheathed her silver bright wolf claws, lifting her chin, stubbornly proving herself. Fine, foolish fine, do whatever you want. Green turned around, not looking back this time. Patter, patter, patter. The footsteps immediately followed, closer than before. He could feel her gaze on his back, carrying a beast-like focus, her nostrils twitching gently from time to time, as if carefully tracing his silhouette in the darkness, memorizing his scent. A wolf's intuition would not be wrong. He had conquered her. Although Green himself was completely unaware of this, in the girl's perception, which had not yet been tamed by civilization, this man had already become the alpha wolf she had chosen for herself. Following him, she could have a different life. She didn't know how long they had been walking. Laura only remembered Green stopping halfway to send a message, after which he tacitly allowed her to sit on the suitcase. Just as she was about to fall asleep leaning against Green's arm, a burst of unusual footsteps suddenly reached her ears. She woke up instantly, leapt off the suitcase, popped out her wolf claws, and vigilantly stared into the darkness beyond the beam of light. Another beam of light lit up from the opposite side and rapidly expanded. Wow! Green, when did you start having a little soup sidekick? Accompanied by the amused teasing, an upright walking green turtle appeared from the shadows. It wore a purple bandana, carried a bulging backpack on its thick shell, wore somewhat exaggerated scientific goggles over its eyes, had particularly prominent front teeth, and sported a head-mounted flashlight. You talk too much, Donatello. Green leaned against the damp, slippery wall and lit a cigarette. This green-shelled turtle was Donatello, the tech expert from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. As a long-term resident of the underground world, Green had dealt with them a few times. He wasn't sure if Laura had a tracker installed on her, and since Donatello had recently been obsessed with takeout from a certain pizza shop in Hell's Kitchen, he was likely nearby to eat it while it was still hot. So, he just sent a message to summon him. Alright, Green is shy. Donatello teased as he pulled a scanner from his bulging backpack, adjusted the frequency, and walked toward Laura. Laura stared at this talking turtle. Can it be eaten? No. Green seemed to read the thoughts in her eyes. Why do I suddenly feel a bit cold? Has my physical condition declined? Donatello shrank his neck and pressed the switch. Beep. The scanner lit up with a green light and slowly moved down from Laura's head. When it scanned her chest, the indicator light suddenly turned red. Donatello confirmed it repeatedly, then finally settled on it. There is only one signal source here. The implantation site is very dangerous, right on the surface of the heart. It requires surgery to be removed safely. Green walked over, shoved Donatello aside, and stood in front of Laura. Two choices. Dig it out right here, right now, and then take you to eat, or come with me to a safe house and have it removed with proper medical equipment. Now. Laura's voice was a bit rough, but very clear. So you aren't mute. Green twitched the corner of his mouth and gestured with his chin toward Donatello. Are you sure? The medical equipment I brought isn't exactly. Just give me the bottle opener. Fine. Donatello rummaged around, handed over a strangely shaped metal instrument, turned around consciously, and couldn't help but mutter. Truly, like boss, like sidekick. This must hurt so much. Green took the instrument, and with his other hand, he ripped open Laura's thin lab coat with a rip sound. The girl's body was very thin, her skin covered in marks of varying depths, white scars left by laser cutting intertwined with other, paler areas. Green's gaze paused. He remembered that in Logan, there was always a nurse beside Laura protecting and teaching her. Has anyone ever taken care of you? Yes. Dead. Yes. Oh. Green's large hand pressed onto her thin shoulder. Laura's body instinctively tensed, and she looked up at his focused face. Green ignored her reaction, gripped the bottle opener, backhanded, aimed it at her chest, and plunged it in without hesitation. Fresh blood gushed out instantly. Ah! The excruciating pain made Laura instinctively pop out her wolf claws, her body struggling due to the stress response, but Green restrained her with one hand. Retract them. He pressed the button at the end of the instrument, and the four metal petals at the tip spread outward, tearing the flesh and revealing the faint outline of her heart beating slightly beneath her ribs. Laura gritted her teeth, her wolf claws slowly retracting, her knuckles turning white from the force. Green reached in with two fingers, groping between the slippery, warm tissues, then suddenly exerted force. A blood-stained microchip was forcibly peeled off the surface of her heart. Without even looking, he crushed it between his thumb and forefinger. Pulling out the instrument, he glanced at Laura. The girl's lips were pale from pain, yet she stubbornly remained silent. Hey, Donatello, clothes. Huh. Oh. Donatello reluctantly pulled a neatly folded t-shirt from his backpack. This was a limited edition. Green took it and tossed it to Laura. She caught it, subconsciously sniffed it first, and then put it on. The clothes were way too big, so she popped out her wolf claws and, swish, swish, neatly cut off the excess parts. Donatello watched the falling fabric scraps and bared his teeth in heartache. Just go buy another one. Green casually tossed a bundle of US dollars over. Donatello caught it, his spirits lifted. This was much more than what he and his brothers earned from odd jobs online. Actually, I have other collectibles, do you want? Get lost. Green tossed another bundle over. Alright. Donatello really did shrink into his shell and rolled into the dark side tunnel. After all, he was a turtle, and rolling was quite smooth for him. Also, send me Bullseye's real-time location. Green added. Got it. The voice echoed back through the winding sewer. Let's go. Green pulled at Laura's collar to confirm the wound on her chest was healing rapidly, then let go and turned around. Yes. Laura followed, her footsteps as quiet as a shadow. Turning the corner, an iron ladder extending upward appeared in front of them. Green pushed open the heavy manhole cover with one hand, and the sounds of the city instantly flooded their ears. The electronic sound of subway announcements, the whistling wind of trains, and the faint whispers of the crowd. They climbed back to the surface from underground. Under the cold white light of the subway station, the crowd was like silent statues. White-collar workers in suits wore headphones, eyes cast down, standing neatly behind the yellow warning line, waiting for the next train. No one took a second look at these two people who emerged from the maintenance manhole. Green dragged the suitcase up expressionlessly, and Laura followed closely behind, climbing out. He hooked his foot, and the manhole cover fell back into place with a clang, the sound drowned out by the roar of the arriving train. He walked straight to the convenience store next to the platform. When he came back out, Laura had changed into a pair of well-fitting black trousers and clean canvas shoes. She looked down at her feet and tapped them gently on the ground. Her skin was wrapped in socks, and the shoes felt warm and solid. The corners of her mouth lifted unconsciously, almost breaking into a smile. She immediately raised her head and trotted to catch up with the figure that had already walked away. Ding dong. The subway doors slid open, and Green dragged the suitcase, leading Laura inside, where they found a corner seat to sit down. The carriage was quite full. Laura sat next to Green, her eyes scanning the surrounding crowd vigilantly, though not many people were willing to get close to this cold, tough-looking man. The train began to accelerate, and the tunnel lights stretched into flowing ribbons of light outside the window. At the other end of the carriage, a young man with a guitar was singing hard, while several female students next to him leaned against the railing, holding up their phones to film, with laughter coming over from time to time. Laura looked at a mother and daughter in the seats opposite. The baby in the swaddle was curiously staring at her. Laura deliberately bared her teeth to look fierce, but instead, it made the baby laugh. The young mother also curved her eyes in a friendly way toward her. But when the mother's gaze shifted to Green, that smile faded. Green's arm rested across the back of the seat, his head leaning against the train window, his eyes narrowed into slits, and with his expressionless face, he really didn't look like a gentle character. Laura didn't notice. She lowered her head with a bit of envy and silently shifted closer to Green. At this moment, the TV screen at the front of the carriage lit up with a news broadcast. This morning, the famous entrepreneur Tony Stark was successfully rescued after being missing for 3 weeks. According to him, this operation benefited from the timely and accurate intelligence of S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as the rapid support of Homelander. Currently, Stark Industries Vice President Obadiah Stane has publicly thanked both parties and stated that they will deepen cooperation and provide technical support. Tisk tisk, what a good actor. Green stared at Stan's face on the screen, which was filled with sincere excitement, and the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. The other party's call would probably come soon. The subway arrived. Green led Laura through the crowd, squeezing out of the turnstiles, and climbed the stairs back to the surface. On the street, pedestrians were walking hurriedly, eager to fill their stomachs at noon. The overwhelming number of strange faces and bodies constantly brushing past her made Laura feel an instinctive discomfort. She subconsciously gripped the corner of Green's clothes, quickening her pace to let her shadow overlap with his. What should we eat, Tilda? Green, suffering from decision paralysis, scanned the shops along the street. Bright convenience stores, fragrant cafes, ramen shops glowing with warm yellow light. Finally, his gaze settled on that red and white sign. Let's just make do. 5 minutes later, the two pushed open the glass door of KFC and walked out. Ding-ling, the doorbell chimed softly. Green carried a bulging craft paper bag, the warm scent of fried chicken wafting faintly through the paper. Laura was sipping on a cup of iced cola and had also swiped a pair of cartoon sunglasses. The two sat down on a park bench and began to enjoy this late lunch. Green ate his burger, while a larger one was placed in front of Laura. She mimicked Green, dipping her fries into ketchup before putting them in her mouth. Beside her were a few taro pies. Green's gaze casually swept over the park scenery but stopped on a couple not far away. The man in the white shirt who looked a bit cowardly made him feel a faint sense of threat. Wait, that face. Bruce Banner. Just then, an unusual low roar of engines and the heavy sound of tracks crushing the pavement came from the distant street. Several dark green army armored vehicles were driving in this direction, the antennas on their roofs gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Laura's pupils constricted. The burger in her hand dropped to the ground with a splat, scattering the patty and lettuce everywhere. Her body arched. Green's hand pressed onto her shoulder almost at the same time. Don't be nervous, they aren't coming for you. Even if they were, with me here, you won't be in any danger. Laura turned her head to look at Green. There was no expression on his face, nor was there any deliberate comfort or affection in his tone, he was just stating facts calmly. But strangely, the fear she had long been accustomed to was extinguished bit by these plain words. She took a breath and slowly bent down, wanting to pick up the ruined burger. Green, however, stretched out his foot and kicked it aside. Don't eat it if it's dropped. I have money, we'll just buy another. Laura looked at the kicked away burger, then at Green, and finally nodded. Okay. She sat up straight again, took another whole burger from the paper bag, and took a small bite. Her feet, dangling off the bench without touching the ground, began to swing unconsciously as her mood lifted. The armored vehicles didn't stop, rudely smashing into parked cars on the street. The tracks rolled over the sidewalk and charged straight into the park lawn. Bruce Banner, not far away, saw this and his expression changed drastically. He quickly said something to his girlfriend beside him and turned to run toward the library building next to the park. The armed forces were still assembling, with a steady stream of infantry pouring out of the following vehicles, quickly forming up and sealing off every exit. This was clearly a long-planned manhunt. Just then, a figure in the infantry ranks suddenly accelerated like a cheetah. He crossed through the crowd of soldiers in a few steps, his movements so swift they exceeded the physical limits of an ordinary person, his face wearing a kind of fanatical, liberated joy. Vronsky, now is not the time. Stop. Inside a command armored vehicle, General Ross roared into the walkie-talkie. Officer, just watch, an excited, panting response came from the walkie-talkie. What happens next will be very interesting. God fool it. General Ross smashed the walkie-talkie hard against the vehicle's radio console. That monster's serum has fried Vronsky's brain. He dares to disobey orders. Before he could finish, the command vehicle he was in slammed on the brakes. On the vehicle's monitoring screen, a gentle-looking woman was blocking the front of the vehicle. It was the girlfriend who had just been talking to Bruce Banner, also General Ross's daughter, Betty Ross. This identity made the surrounding soldiers hesitate to step forward and stop her. I know you're in there, Betty's voice came through the external speaker, filled with pleading. I beg you, General. Dad. The adjutant beside General Ross looked at him with an inquiring gaze. The general's expression was hesitant, he remained silent for 2 seconds before finally pressing the control button. The rear hatch of the vehicle unlocked hydraulically, and he stepped down, holding onto the door frame. Dad, I beg you, let him go. Betty immediately stepped forward, her eyes red. You don't understand, get back in the car. General Ross's tone softened subconsciously, but he immediately stiffened his face, trying to maintain his authority. Betty tried to argue. Officer, the target is over there. A soldier's report drew everyone's attention. Their gazes crossed the lawn and turned toward the suspended skybridge in the middle of the library building. Bruce Banner's figure was running inside it, but both ends of the bridge had already been sealed off by soldiers. Fire tear gas, 2 canisters, force him out. General Ross picked up a new walkie-talkie, his voice cold and hard. The order was given. With two muffled thuds, the tear gas canisters shot into the skybridge, shattering the glass. Dense white smoke filled the narrow space. Amidst the swirling smoke, Banner's figure could be vaguely seen. He quickly took off his jacket to cover his mouth and nose, but was still choked by the intense irritation, bending over with one hand pressed against the glass wall beside him. Dad! Betty cried out, wanting to rush over, but was held back by two soldiers. Hearing his daughter's tearful cries, General Ross gritted his teeth, his fingers gripping the walkie-talkie turning white. A complex, sharp look flashed in his eyes. Anger, resentment, and perhaps a trace of frustration at not being understood. Tisk tisk tisk, not far away, Green leaned against the park bench, sipping his strawberry milkshake, watching General Ross's expression with great interest. The cabbage you grew yourself has been rooted by a green pig. The old father is about to cry from anger, isn't he? Almost at the same time his words fell, a violent explosion came from the direction of the skybridge. A load-bearing stone pillar was casually shattered by an unreasonably brutal force, and large chunks of rubble flew outward like cannonballs. Nearby soldiers scrambled to dodge. A broken stone pillar slammed diagonally into the lawn, sinking deep into the soil. Amidst the rolling smoke, a massive green figure crashed to the ground. It was a mountain of flesh nearly 4 meters tall, landing on all fours in a beast-like posture, sending soil and grass flying. Then, he slowly stood up, the contours of his knotted muscles looking like cast bronze in the sunlight. He turned his head, his eyes glowing with green light scanning the surrounding soldiers and armored vehicles, a low growl rolling in his throat. Beast and beauty, standard configuration. Green commented and turned back. The surrounding citizens had long since run away, leaving only him and Laura surrounded by soldiers, their gun barrels pointing coldly at them. Oh my, I surrender. Be careful not to misfire. Green pressed one hand on Laura beside him and raised the other half-heartedly. Not far away, General Ross received the report and strode over. I don't believe a butcher like you showed up here just for a picnic. General Ross shouted as he walked, his gaze sweeping over the suitcase at Green's feet. Based on his understanding of this guy, it was either filled with arms, cash, or people. What do you want? His tone was hostile. A picnic, General. Don't soldiers need to eat at noon? Or is the military budget not enough? Green looked amused, his gaze sweeping over the tense soldiers around him. In the background behind him, Hulk had already begun tearing apart an armored vehicle with his bare hands, and balls of fire from explosions rose one after another. Don't point your guns at your taxpayers. Or is it that you're used to brutal law enforcement? Cut the crap. General Ross's finger almost poked Green's nose, but remembering the other party's strength and style, he forcibly pulled his hand back. I want you to take a contract to stop that green monster. Wow, I'm truly flattered. Green covered his mouth with exaggerated pretense. But this sounds more like an order than a contract, and you know I'm very expensive. I'll pay you after it's done, tax-free. Now, move immediately. General Ross looked at the armored vehicles being overturned and blown up in the distance, his face livid. He was solely responsible for this operation, and all losses would be deducted from his budget while other departments watched the joke. No, you didn't understand what I want, General Ross. Then how much do you want? Speak. You fool. General Ross, regardless of his composure, leaned into Green's face and roared, his spit almost splashing onto the other party's face. Green leaned in slightly and, in a volume only the two of them could hear, chuckled and spat out a few words. Ross, I want to sleep with your daughter. General Ross suddenly reached out to grab Green's collar but froze the moment he touched the other party's mocking gaze. This person was not only entangled with the Vought company but was also rumored to have connections with Tony Stark. Some unspoken rules cannot be broken. Don't let me catch you in a trap. General Ross pulled back his hand and lowered his voice, every word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Otherwise, I will plaster your international wanted poster on the big screen in Times Square, playing on a 24-hour loop. Tilda then remember to make me look handsome. After all, I'm quite photogenic. At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Green took it out and glanced at it. It was from Donatello, Bullseye's real-time location. He stood up and simultaneously released his hand from Laura. She glared viciously at General Ross. I should go back and take a nap. Good work, everyone. Green brushed aside General Ross's hand, which was still frozen in midair, stuffed the phone back into his pocket, gave a casual, non-standard military salute, and then pulled his suitcase and turned to leave. Having taken only 2 steps, he paused as if remembering something, turned back, and added, "Oh right, this KFC tastes pretty good, it's yours." Before he finished speaking, a figure was kicked flying from a distance by Hulk, plowing a deep trench into the grass like a skipping stone. Finally, it smashed into a nearby tree. The crack of breaking bones was clearly audible, and then it slid softly to the ground. It was Bronsky, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago. If you can still stomach it. Green looked at that pile of mush, shrugged, and revealed a smile. Good afternoon, everyone. He didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. Laura adjusted the birthday cake sunglasses that had slid to the tip of her nose, took one last look at the livid-faced General Ross, and quickly caught up with Green. The two crossed the street and sat in the back seat of an empty taxi. Manhattan Cruise Terminal. Green said to the driver. Yes, sir. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his eyes hiding scrutiny, but Green seemed completely unaware, lowering his head to continue playing a mobile game. The driver shifted gears, released the handbrake, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle smoothly merged into the lane. Laura had been staring at Green since getting in the car, the expression behind her sunglasses unreadable. Everyone has selfish motives but needs help due to their own limitations. A paid contract is the fairest transaction, voluntary principle, both sides benefit. Green explained without lifting his head. Does paid also include mating? Do you like this? I hate orders, especially those delivered with a rude attitude, so I retaliated. But generally speaking, I do like it. Green finally moved his gaze away from the screen and looked at her. I am a man, and I am strong. Since I have the capital, why not enjoy carnal desires? But it's not limited to that, it depends on what I want, and whether I can achieve it. He pouted, with a touch of playful arrogance, but so far, there hasn't been a contract I couldn't fulfill. Laura did not listen to the rest of his words. She lowered her head, her grease-stained fingers unconsciously twisting together, remaining silent, not knowing what she was thinking. But Green didn't care. Outside the car window, the city flew backward. The distant sounds of explosions and propellers gradually blurred, soon swallowed by the bustling daily life. Manhattan Cruise Terminal, Hard Rock Hotel, main entrance. A yellow taxi skidded to a halt. Inside the revolving door, well-dressed wealthy people filed out, their faces beaming with comfortable smiles. 4th floor, room 406. Cut off both his hands, pack them in whatever you think is appropriate, and bring them out. If he has companions, kill them all. In the back seat, Green held the phone screen up to Laura's eyes, showing a photo of Bullseye. I really want to know how he'll shoot a gun without hands. Can you do it? Laura leaned in close to the screen, looked carefully for a few seconds, and nodded to take note. Just act like a normal kid, be natural, use your appearance to your advantage, and smile more. Green leaned back in his seat, switching the screen back to the unfinished game of Snake. Laura pushed open the car door. By the way, Green's voice came from behind her. If you fail or get caught, I won't save you. Useless things aren't worth it. Laura paused for a moment. She jumped out of the car, closed the door with a bit of force, walked a few steps quickly, and naturally followed behind an elegantly dressed elderly couple, blending into the crowd at the revolving door. At the entrance, a young Chinese bellboy was carrying luggage for guests. His gaze inadvertently swept over her, seemingly sensing something, but he just calmly looked away and didn't stop her. Sir, are we leaving now? The driver in the front seat asked. Be quiet. Yes. Green's gaze was still fixed on the phone screen, the light reflecting in his eyes, devoid of joy or sorrow. On the fourth floor of the hotel, Laura chose to take the stairs. Stepping onto the red carpet, she tilted her head up, focused on identifying the gold stamped numbers on each door. 406. 406, she murmured softly, her footsteps finally stopping in front of the target door. Should she knock? She tilted her head. Green didn't seem to like impolite people. So she stepped forward, raised her hand, and pounded on the door roughly. Bang! 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 Inside the room, Bullseye was half reclining on the sofa, enjoying special service from a male staff member. When the knocking sounded, he tensed up instantly and shoved the person at his feet away. Sir? The waiter asked in a small, bewildered voice. Bullseye didn't speak. He pulled up his pants, took a few bills out of his wallet, threw them at him, and signaled for him to hide and stay quiet. The waiter hurriedly picked up the money and stumbled into the bedroom. Bullseye's hand reached for his waist, drawing a thin, guardless dagger, pressing the spine of the blade with his thumb. Several of his subordinates around him also entered a state of high alert. One of them pulled out a pistol, lightened his footsteps, moved to the door, and squinted into the peephole. Standing outside was a girl who looked rather cocky. She held her head high, seemingly to keep the oversized sunglasses on her face from sliding down. She suddenly wrinkled her nose, as if she had smelled something. What? Whose kid is? The subordinate at the peephole was full of confusion. Just as he turned back to signal the others in the room. Two metal claws pierced through the door panel, through his tailbone, and protruded from the front of his thigh. Arg! He was in so much pain his voice was distorted. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, as the claws retracted, the uninvited guest outside used the slumped body leaning against the door to climb. The next moment, the claws pierced through his skull. Holy shit! Bullseye's pupils shrank. He was very familiar with those claws. Not long ago, he had been in the lab using a flamethrower to test its owner's healing limit. But why was she here? Green didn't kill her. Before he could figure it out, two sounds of metal snapping came from outside. The upper and lower hinges of the door were cut, and the door fell inward. A figure lunged into the room amidst a barrage of bullets. Bullets tore through her flesh, blood blossoming on her thin body again and again. However, being hit only caused her movements to lag slightly. She seemed unable to feel pain. Instead, the stimulus of blood ignited her ferocity. In an instant, the slaughter began. At the hotel entrance. Shang-Chi, that taxi has been parked there for almost 5 minutes. Go tell them to move. A uniformed manager frowned, pointing at the conspicuous taxi and instructing the Chinese bellboy nearby. Understood. The Chinese bellboy, Shang-Chi, nodded and walked toward the taxi. Green caught sight of him from the corner of his eye and rolled down the window. Sir, hotel regulations don't allow long-term parking here. Shang-Chi bowed slightly, his tone polite. You can move to the temporary parking lot. I can get a ticket for you in advance. It'll be quick. May I ask if you're waiting for someone? Something like that. Something like that. Before Shang-Chi could finish his sentence. Bang! A figure plummeted from a height, crashing heavily onto the hood of a car a few meters away. The loud crash of metal denting and the explosion of glass windows went off simultaneously. The piercing car alarm and the screams of nearby pedestrians broke the silence in front of the hotel. Shang-Chi's body instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, his feet shifting, his center of gravity lowering, his gaze sharply scanning the impact point, then quickly looking up at a certain window high above. Tisk tisk, how terrifying. Green laughed. Sir, please leave immediately. It's very dangerous here. Shang-Chi quickly looked back and said to Green before turning and running into the hotel lobby. I know that. Green chuckled, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and put one between his lips. He flicked his thumb, and with a ting, the lighter lid flipped open. Do you mind? He asked the driver in the front seat. Please, go ahead, sir. Click. The flame rose, and the tobacco was lit. Green took a deep breath, rested his arm on the car window, and slowly exhaled the grayish-white smoke. Outside the car was chaos. The hotel's revolving door was jammed by the panicked crowd pouring out. The person who had crashed onto the car was now struggling to roll over and fall to the ground. He was covered in blood, his torso and legs covered in claw marks like those of a beast. His left arm was only half an upper arm, and his right arm was severed at the shoulder. His body rolled over the shards of glass on the ground, causing him to howl in pain. He stumbled to his feet, looking like a defective giant sausage, glancing around blankly. When his gaze swept past the taxi with its hazard lights on nearby, he saw the man in the back seat, that owl, looking at him with a half smile. But those eyes only stayed on him for a second before indifferently moving away, as if he were an injured insect struggling by the roadside, far less interesting than the panicked crowd fleeing around. Hey, ah. Bullseye's face was twisted with pain and humiliation. He knew why that wolf girl was here. She had been tamed by Green. Had he been betrayed? Why did Green know he was here? He squeezed out a reluctant roar from his throat and stumbled toward the other side of the road. As he rushed across the lane, he was clipped by a speeding car, rolled several times, then struggled to get up and continued to stumble forward. Although he knew in his heart that the owl had lost interest in hunting him. He just wanted to escape. As far as possible. Tyrant of Heaven growth. 100%. New template can be unlocked. Generated based on your soul characteristics. A Song of Ice and Fire. Drogon. Origin. Valyrian Dragon Lord civilization. Bloodline optimization has been performed on this template, which will perfectly fit your current growth, can be unlocked manually. The system prompt popped up in his consciousness. Green paused in the car, the ash between his fingers falling. He took the cigarette outside the window to tap it, then took another puff, his face blurred in the swirling smoke. Growth is enough. But I haven't even made a move. A realization flickered in his eyes. It seems the actions of subordinates count as mine too. But he didn't confirm the unlock immediately. There were too many eyes here, and besides, the new template pointed to a non-human war beast. He wasn't sure what kind of commotion unlocking it would cause. He needed a safe place. At that moment, a blood-covered Laura squeezed out from the hotel's revolving door. She was holding a long object haphazardly wrapped in newspaper, with blood constantly seeping through the layers, looking at first glance like two baguettes dipped in ketchup. She pulled open the car door and threw the thing onto the floor mat. Well done. Green praised casually, his foot carelessly pushing the blood-soaked package aside to use as a footrest. But Laura was clearly dissatisfied with such perfunctoriness. She stared straight at Green. The sunglasses on her face were gone, perhaps broken during the fight. Green noticed her gaze, a bit of helplessness showing on his face. He flicked away the cigarette butt, pulled Laura to his side, and kissed her on the forehead, which was stained with blood and sweat. Laura's body visibly stiffened, her shoulders hunching up tensely before slowly relaxing. She lowered her head, pointed at the severed arms wrapped in newspaper at her feet, then held up two fingers, and finally pointed to her left cheek. Her movements were clumsy but her intention was clear, one kiss for each hand. You've learned how to count. Green laughed. Laura bumped him with the top of her head, stubbornly maintaining that posture. All right, all right. Green shook his head, leaned over, and gave her another kiss. Only then was she finally satisfied. Green reached his hand under the hem of her tattered clothes, his palm against her skin, moving along her ribs and spine to check if the bones had been misaligned by the new muscle growth during the self-healing process. Where his fingertips touched, Laura's skin shrank uncontrollably, and her breathing became slightly hurried. But she never looked away, just quietly watching him. Green didn't mind her reaction. After confirming the bones had reset normally, he withdrew his hand. I'm hungry, she said. I'll take you for afternoon tea. To the Continental Hotel. Yes, sir. The iron streetlights receded at a steady pace outside the car window. A hotel with a distinct Art Deco style and a sense of age gradually grew larger in his field of vision. Pedestrians on the sidewalk, whether sophisticated gentlemen, hurried employees, or idle vagrants, all cast observant glances as the taxi drove by. Eyes met briefly, then shifted away with a tacit understanding. Screech. The taxi came to a smooth stop in front of the hotel porch. Your service is over. Good driving. Inside the car, Green Morgan took out two exquisitely crafted gold coins, handed them to the driver in the front seat, and patted him on the shoulder. My honor, Mr. Green. The driver took the gold coins and lowered the brim of his hat slightly with his other hand as a sign of respect. Green opened the car door, took his suitcase from the trunk, and walked up the steps into the hotel. Laura followed closely behind him, carrying the eye-catching, blood-stained package in her hand. The amber crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, enveloping the lobby in a sense of understated luxury. On the dark brown leather sofas, guests were either holding newspapers or focused on their phone screens, with almost everyone having a glass of wine at their side. Just like the pedestrians on the street outside, the moment Green stepped in, a professional instinct drove the gazes in the lobby to converge on him. Surprise flashed in many eyes, while some nodded in greeting from afar, before each withdrew their gaze and continued to immerse themselves in their own business. They all know you, Laura said in a low voice. She could feel a faint, lingering aura of danger in the air, like invisible silk threads. She keenly noticed that when those gazes swept over her, they would briefly linger on the positions of her head and heart. However, due to Green's presence, these scrutinizing gazes were withdrawn as soon as they made contact, quickly transforming into a calm assessment of the environment's structure and the flow of personnel. Green dragged his suitcase toward the front desk. This is the Continental Hotel. Those people outside, including the driver just now, are colleagues. The Continental Hotel was an elite assassin platform. Green occasionally took on business here, but he didn't belong to the core system of the high table, so the commission rate was very high. Therefore, unless he was too bored or had special needs, he usually wouldn't prioritize commissions from here. It's a bit different from what I saw in the comics. Assassins have to eat too, they have hobbies and psychological needs. Green stood the suitcase by the front desk and turned to look at her. Usually, they are no different from ordinary people. Are we too? We can be, including but not limited to that. It seemed her performance just now had gained Green's approval. He showed a bit more patience toward her questions born of instinct and curiosity. Walking to the front desk, an African concierge in a sharp suit was looking down, focused on writing something. Karen, you've gotten tan again. Green leaned against the marble countertop, his tone casual. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Green. The other man looked up without any sign of annoyance, clearly long accustomed to the other's irreverent personality. He spoke with an elegant British accent and a slow pace. Checking in, or just a brief stay? Just staying. Help me store this, I'll pick it up in a bit. Green patted the handle of the suitcase by his feet. Very well. Karen bowed slightly and stepped out from behind the desk. Green turned and walked toward the side lounge area. After a few steps, as if remembering something, he reached into his pocket and tossed something backward over his shoulder without looking. Karen raised his hand and caught it. It was a milk candy wrapped in colorful paper. Hey! A smile flickered at the corner of his mouth as he put the candy in his pocket. Then, he grasped the suitcase handle. The moment he touched it, he understood what was inside. But his movements didn't falter in the slightest. He still pushed it toward the storage area as if handling ordinary luggage, settling it properly. Green took Laura to the bar. Laura stepped onto the footrest and sat on a high stool, the small of her back resting just against the cool metal ring of the chair's backrest. She looked around curiously. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata flowed through the air at a volume just right, not disturbing conversation, but not easily ignored. There was no harsh overhead lighting, only localized lights casting down from above each booth in the bar, cutting the space into warm yellow domains of light. Give her a glass of milk, and you decide on the dessert. Green took out 2 gold coins and placed them on the bar. The metal collided, making a clear and pleasant clinking sound. Hi Tilda Green, how've you been? The female bartender, her arms covered in tattoos, chewed gum and smiled as she took the gold coins. Almost simultaneously, a glass of warm milk and a plate of colorful macarons were placed in front of Laura. Green's words were brief. He lit a cigarette, took the chilled whiskey the bartender pushed toward him through the exhaled smoke, and downed it in one gulp. Thump! The bottom of the glass lightly touched the counter. The bartender transitioned seamlessly. A second glass of whiskey had already slid to his hand. Here, 1 gold coin represented unlimited refills, and the same applied to other food. The gold coins themselves were of high value and could not be bought, only earned. The exchange rate was 1 million plus US dollars. It was the default hard currency within many assassin organizations, usually only earned by completing work on a high-quality target for 1 or 2 coins. Laura picked up a macaron, took a tentative small bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. Vanilla flavor. The bartender smiled at her kindly. Laura nodded, stuffing it into her mouth and chewing. Her posture wasn't like someone tasting a dessert, but more like someone gnawing on a piece of meat on the bone. Beside her, Green's phone began to vibrate. Hello there Tilda Mr. Stan. Green answered the phone, his tone as relaxed as if greeting an old friend. Why is Tony Stark still alive? On the other end of the line, Obadiah Stane's voice was suppressed with rage, like a volcano about to erupt. He's not dead. That's a pity. Green sipped his whiskey, his tone devoid of any regret. You said with your own mouth that you took care of it. Right, I did take care of it. Maybe he accidentally passed by a pet cemetery on the way back and came back to life. Are you foolish playing with me? Stan smashed a glass, the sharp glass edges cutting his palm. Blood dripped down the edge of the table 1 drop at a time. His years of composure completely collapsed the moment he learned Tony had survived. The fear of his deeds being exposed was now entirely transformed into rage toward Green. Don't be so angry. After all, you really aren't as useful as Tony Stark. The other end of the phone suddenly went silent, with only heavy breathing audible. Stan's face had probably turned the color of pig liver. He might be able to accept being inferior to Howard Stark, but he could never endure being outshone by that junior he had watched grow up. Just as he was about to burst into a torrent of abuse, Green's next sentence poured down like ice water. But there's something that might let you become Tony Stark, or even surpass him. Speak. Stan's voice was squeezed through his teeth. He was so angry his hands were shaking as he roughly tore off his tie to wrap around his glass-cut palm. Beep. Green hung up the phone. Stan stared at the disconnected call, stunned. Holy shit. He suddenly grabbed the laptop on the desk and smashed it against the opposite wall, fragments flying everywhere. Is John Wick doing well? Green asked casually while saving the recorded snippet of the phone call. He got married. The bartender wiped a glass, her tone somewhat somber. From your tone, that doesn't sound like a blessing, Green teased. After sleeping with me so many times, now he turns around and talks to me about true love. The bartender cursed and poured herself a glass of strong liquor, gulping it down. Did he pay? What do you think? Getting it for free. Tisk tisk, what a scumbag, Green laughed. At that moment, the bartender suddenly leaned forward, propping herself on the bar to get close to Green, her voice dropping low. Actually, I'd be more than happy to let you get it for free. Snicked. 2 bone claws instantly popped out from Laura's hand, positioned between Green and the bartender. Hee hee, is the little sister getting anxious? The bartender looked at the fiercely cute Laura and retreated with a light laugh, while opening her lips smeared with dark black lipstick. A long, slender, forked serpent's tongue flicked out quickly, sharp fangs faintly visible, and as she blinked, a layer of semi-transparent nictitating membrane swept across her pupils. I'm a mutant too, you can't scare me. And She intentionally puffed out her chest, grabbed it, and weighed her impressive assets. To be a woman, you need capital. You don't have any yet. Laura subconsciously looked down at her own flat chest. A surge of shame and annoyance rose up, and she made a move to pounce. Quiet. Green patted the top of her head with his palm to settle her down. Give me a cloth. All right. The bartender folded her arms, lifted her chin triumphantly, and turned to push another plate of macarons over. Eat more, kid. Grow a bit. HMPH. Laura snorted resentfully, picked up the milk glass, and drank in large gulps, her eyes glaring at the bartender. But no matter how much milk you drink, it'll be hard to grow. After all, you're mediocre at best. The bartender joked, handing a wet cloth dipped in hot water to Green. Green. I want to kill her. No. Green took the cloth and wiped the bloodstains from Laura's face and hands. His movements weren't gentle, but they were thorough. MMPH. Laura shook her head but didn't struggle much, sitting quietly and letting him wipe. The bartender watched while wiping a glass, a smile on her lips. A few seconds later, Green's phone vibrated again. If your attitude is bad, I'll hang up again, Green said slowly into the phone after tossing the bloody cloth back to the bartender. Hiss. A clear intake of breath came from the receiver. The other party seemed to be forcing himself to regulate his breathing. What is this thing you're talking about? Tony Stark built a prototype suit of armor in a cave. As for the specific effects, you'll see for yourself once you get your hands on it. What do you want in exchange? It's a gift. But it's not an exclusive, okay. I'll be selling it to other local warlords. If you want to grab it, hurry up. After all, the man had given an extra tip. Green was still very kind. At the same time, he noticed Winston, the manager of the hotel, walking into the bar. The latter also saw him and nodded slightly. Green. The other side went silent for a few seconds, and Stan's voice deepened, as if still harboring a sliver of hope. Tony Stark, is he really not dead? He had clearly seen those photos. Tony looked no different from a dead man, and Green's reputation wasn't one to fake photos. He was indeed dead for a few seconds. The toxin of the arboreal cobra, once injected, produces a strong near-death shock reaction. With the dosage I gave him, it probably made his heart stop for 3 to 5 seconds. For your price, it was only enough to buy his death for that long. Green stood up as he spoke and walked toward Winston's table by the window, naturally sitting down opposite him. A waiter appeared at the right time, placing 2 portions of exquisite French cuisine in front of the 2 men. Understood. The call disconnected. You've been busy lately. Winston picked up a napkin and spread it over his lap with elegant movements. Aren't you too? Only eating at this hour. Is this stuff enough to fill you up? Green picked up his knife and fork, spearing a piece of steak and tearing off a large mouthful. Laura followed him over. He casually handed it to her, and she grabbed it directly with her hands and started gnawing. Your apprentice. Winston looked at Laura with a kind smile. Laura ignored him, focused on gnawing the steak. Her intuition told her this man was like a cunning old fox. It was better to let Green handle this kind of thing. The meat is delicious. Yeah, brought her here to get acquainted with the place. Green wiped the blood from the steak off the corner of his mouth. Hey. Winston didn't ask further. This was the boundary friends should have. He used his knife and fork to cut a small piece of foie gras, spread it evenly on a biscuit, and was about to put it in his mouth. Just then, his phone rang. Excuse me. Winston smiled politely and put down the food that was almost at his mouth. No problem. Green, opposite him, pushed the entire plate to Laura, along with a few more pieces of steak. This is Winston. He answered the phone, and after hearing what was said on the other side, his face showed a hint of strangeness and a bit of amusement. He handed the phone to Green. It's for you. Huh. Green took the phone but didn't speak. Are you listening? I am a VIP client of the hotel. Open an account for me immediately. Target, Green Morgan. Stan on the other side was wondering why there was no response, but then that familiar voice came through the receiver. Mr. Stan, I've accepted this mission. Let me confirm, you want my head, right? Green chuckled, his voice coming through the radio waves as clear as a whisper. In an instant, Stan's body went stiff, his eyes filled with unbelievable horror. He fell silent, with nothing but his own suddenly accelerating heartbeat in his ears. Hello, Tilda, Green called out, kindly, on the other end of the phone. Stan abruptly hung up the call, clutching his tight chest, his breathing becoming rapid and difficult. The pressure was getting a bit high. But he couldn't stop, and he didn't dare to stop. Green knew too much, he had to die for Stan to feel at ease. With trembling fingers, he dialed another number. He took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound steady. Sloan, I want to issue a top-tier bounty. Have all your people move out. At the dining table. What's there to be afraid of? I don't eat people. Green pushed the phone back to Winston and casually slapped away Laura's little hand, sneaking toward the wine glass. Winston chewed the foie gras biscuit unhurriedly, took another sip of red wine, nodded with satisfaction, and then spoke. It seems we are about to lose another VIP client. Hey, should we keep a dead account then? Green sneered, used the back of his hand to push away Laura's face, which was leaning in again, and then stood up, picked up the glass of red wine on the table, and drained it in one gulp under Laura's curious gaze. Tilda, Green put down the glass, his face wrinkling up. This tastes terrible. Laura lowered her eyelids and looked at him speechlessly. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Green seemed to completely miss her signal of disdain, turned to Winston, and raised the empty glass. Thanks for the treat. Winston didn't say anything, just raised his own wine glass with his usual faint smile, watching him leave with that indignant little follower. But after Green walked out of the bar exit, the smile on his face gradually faded, turning into a calm expression. It wasn't that he was intentionally favoring Green, nor was it even the fact that he had directly transferred Stan's call, which was almost equivalent to rejecting Stan's employment to his face. It was because Green himself was an existence, forbidden, from being a prey. There was a reason why the High Table could still maintain its transcendent status and order in a world where supernatural powers were increasingly coming to light. They knew very well that some existences could not be bound by conventional rules, nor could they be measured by money or force. They knew their limits and had secretly drawn up a list for this purpose. Green Morgan's name was prominently on that list. And Stan was not. So, from the moment Winston answered that call and heard Stan's voice, the ending was already determined. The Continental Hotel had unilaterally and permanently removed Obadiah Stane from its membership. This was not a choice, but a rule. The car drove into the quiet upscale neighborhood, heading up a gentle slope before finally stopping in front of a modern-style detached villa. After the driver left, only Green, Laura, and the suitcases remained. Laura had put on her favorite sunglasses again, this time with bright yellow frames, and she was cradling a potted cactus in her arms. During their walk after dinner, she had stared at a flower shop window for a long time, so Green had bought it for her on a whim. Green pushed open the low gate and stepped onto the flat stone walkway. The automatic sprinkler systems on both sides were working, their fine mist tracing silvery arcs in the night air, while the small wildflowers on the lawn stretched out freely under the moisture. Laura's gaze, however, was drawn to a corner of the yard where an old wooden swing hung under a tree that had lost most of its leaves, swaying slightly in the cool breeze. Clutching the cactus, she followed in Green's footsteps. The key turned in the lock with a crisp click. The lights came on, filling the interior with a warm white glow that wasn't too harsh. The smart home system sensed the master's return and activated one by one. Ambient light strips and air circulation fans began to hum as they started working. Green sat down on the steps of the entryway, took off his shoes, and walked inside. This place is home. Laura stepped in, instinctively sniffing the air first. There was no smell of disinfectant or old blood, only a faint, pine-like scent of cleaning agent. She looked around at the wide linen sofa, the wireless game controller left casually on the low table, and the massive projection screen opposite them. A bookshelf filled with manga stood in the corner, and on the walls were some wildly styled graffiti pieces with supernatural elements. It was simple, but it had a comfort that allowed one's nerves to relax. One of them, Green's voice came from the kitchen. He opened the fridge, grabbed a can of soda, and tossed it to her. Laura caught it. The bathroom is on the left of the hallway, and there are empty rooms on the right, pick one for yourself. The one at the very end is mine, don't go in without my permission. Crack. Green snapped open the tab of his own soda, and the orange-flavored bubbles hissed as they surged out. He tilted his head back and took a large gulp, the icy liquid and bubbles sliding down his throat, making him exhale with satisfaction before letting out a burp. From now on, you eat what I eat. My shoes, which ones? She gestured with her head toward the shoe cabinet in the entryway, her eyes on Green. Take whichever pair you like, don't ask me. I'm not a nanny, Green said, dragging a suitcase toward the bathroom. Laura crouched down, facing a row of slippers, falling into a serious bout of indecision. Oh, right. She suddenly remembered something, stood up, closed the open front door, and locked it. Looking back at this space filled with Green's aura, a strange, solid sense of security quietly washed over her heart. Unconsciously, her eyes crinkled into crescents. Wheels rolling, Green dragged the suitcase into the bathroom and unzipped it. He first dragged out the unconscious Richard, bound his hands and feet with waterproof tape, and stuffed him into a hidden chamber behind the bathroom partition wall. When it was Vanessa's turn, he had just grabbed her ankle to drag her when his movements suddenly paused. He squeezed the joints of her ankle, his fingertips pressing down along the tendon lines. Near the heel, the sensation was clearly abnormal. Green narrowed his eyes and tilted her foot toward the light. A silver needle, as thin as a hair, was protruding slightly from under the skin. The tip of the needle was hollow, and a drop of colorless liquid was slowly seeping out, falling onto the tile and evaporating instantly, leaving almost no trace. Green carefully collected a small sample and walked over to the living creature area, inside the hidden room, where several mice were kept for testing. He fed the liquid to one of them. In less than a second. It didn't even have time to make a sound. Its oral mucosa necrotized instantly, and fine black veins spread like a spiderweb from its mouth across its entire face. It twitched twice and then went completely rigid. Oh ho! Green raised an eyebrow and looked back at the unconscious Vanessa on the floor. It seems this seemingly gentle and elegant painter is also hiding secrets. His interest piqued, he returned to Vanessa's side, removed her clothing, and folded them neatly to one side. He then walked out of the bathroom, retrieved several large bags of ice from the kitchen, dumped them all into the bathtub, and then carried her into it. As the ice water submerged her body, the low temperature made the abnormal structures beneath her skin even clearer. Green pressed and checked her skin inch by inch. Before long, he had identified 34 hidden miniature toxin mechanisms. They were almost all distributed in hidden areas most likely to trigger a man's primal desires: the back of the neck, behind the ears, under the collarbone, the chest, the inner thighs. A poisonous woman indeed. Green couldn't help but whisper in admiration, suddenly feeling a spark of respect for Kingpin for being able to share a bed with such a woman for so many years without anything happening. He crouched by the bathtub, looking at Vanessa's pale face in the ice water, his lips slowly curling into an amused arc. Ah! Vanessa woke up from the freezing cold, her eyes snapping open to find herself lying in a bathtub filled with ice water. Her gaze became sharp. Her first reaction wasn't to scream, but to instinctively reach for the inside of her wrist, where a self-triggering dart mechanism should have been hidden. Empty. She clutched the back of her head, which was aching from the cold, and bolted upright in the water. A second later, she saw the man sitting on a small stool by the bathroom door, leisurely flipping through a manga. That fast. I thought I'd have to finish this book before you woke up. Green closed the pages. It seems your resistance to anesthetics is higher than I anticipated. Who are you? Where is my son? Terror quickly flooded Vanessa's face, and tears began to flow on command. Enough, enough, stop acting. I can do that too. Vanessa's expression froze instantly, the layer of pitiful disguise in her eyes shattering to reveal the cold, ruthless glint beneath. But immediately after, she switched to another expression, a seductive, hooking gaze. Her long legs stepped out of the bathtub, and her entire body leaned against the rim like a snake, her legs parting intentionally or otherwise, revealing her curvaceous figure to Green without reservation. So, how do you plan to handle me? Her voice was soft, the end of her sentence rising playfully. Anything is fine. Your true identity, your purpose for infiltrating, Green remained unmoved. Tell me, and perhaps we can cooperate. Is that a threat? Vanessa stood up, her arms crossed over her chest in a half-revealing manner, water cascading down her body and pooling at her feet. She stepped through the water, walking toward Green one step at a time. No, Green said with a sincere face as he raised his handgun and aimed it at her. It's an invitation. Vanessa's footsteps stopped. She looked into Green's eyes, and for the first time, she couldn't judge whether this man would actually pull the trigger. Kingpin really went looking for trouble by messing with you, she sighed. It seems you recognize me. You were already on our list of candidate field agents. Vanessa turned around, swaying her hips as she walked back toward the bathtub, seemingly completely unconcerned that her naked back was fully visible to him. We just hadn't found the right time to make contact. Oh, an agent, Green drawled, codename 007. No, Vanessa looked back, a flash of near fanatical darkness in her eyes. I belong to the Third Reich. Hydra, huh? It seems you're a sleeper agent planted in Hell's Kitchen. Scared. Puff, puff. Two muffled sounds followed as tranquilizer darts accurately hit Vanessa's chest and shoulder. Her body fell backward, tumbling back into the bathtub with her legs dangling in the air. Hydra's tentacles really do stretch quite far. Green put away his gun, feeling the fresh excitement of having unexpectedly unlocked a hidden plotline. Perhaps soon, other snakes would come knocking. Should he join? If he really became a double agent, it would be quite thrilling to think about. Green stood up, bound Vanessa with specialized restraints, and dragged her back into the hidden room. The future was the future, but the present was the present. The debt with Kingpin had to be settled first. He secured her to a metal interrogation chair in the center of the hidden room. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he paused again. Looking back at this sleeping beauty, who was covered in poison, he thought for a moment, rummaged through the medical cabinet on the wall for a powerful sedative, and gave her a few extra shots in the hip. With her resistance being so high, he didn't want her waking up and messing things up. He turned and pulled the heavy soundproof door shut. Walking out of the bathroom, the scene before him made him stop in his tracks. Laura had somehow moved a high stool and was standing on it, on her tiptoes, her whole body practically hanging off the snack cabinet in the corner as one hand rummaged through it. Is this her demolition mode awakening? Green suddenly felt that his safe house might not be so safe after all. What are you doing? Laura jumped in shock, nearly slipping off the stool. She slowly turned her head, her cheeks bulging and stuffed full of stolen cheese balls. Seeing Green standing at the door with his arms crossed and an unfriendly look on his face, she grinned sheepishly, offering a placating yet guilty smile as crumbs fell from the corner of her mouth. Now, get down. Laura flinched again and quickly hopped off the stool, not forgetting to tightly clutch her bag of spoils in her arms. Green walked over, snatched the cheese balls away, grabbed her ear with his other hand, and dragged her toward the bathroom without another word. The shower head sprayed warm water. Her tattered clothes were torn off and tossed aside. Green used a small knife to cleanly cut and trim her hair, which had been matted into clumps by blood and filth. Soon, she had a sharp short-haired look, appearing like a scrawny tomboy at first glance. Laura stood under the water while Green squeezed body wash onto her head and body, rubbing it into a lather. She held her hands high, squinting her eyes, quite cooperatively enjoying it. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at that moment. Green, who was using his fingers to shape the foam on Laura's head into dog ears, paused and glanced toward the source of the sound. He stood up from the small stool and shook the foam and water droplets off his hands. Wash yourself clean. Oh, Laura drawled, responding somewhat reluctantly. Green grabbed a dry cloth from the rack to wipe his hands and walked toward the door in his slippers. The surveillance screen on the wall showed a man in a suit standing outside. He wore deep red sunglasses and held a blind cane in his hand, yet his posture was exceptionally upright. He tilted his head slightly, as if sensing Green's gaze from behind the door, and his lips curled upward. Oh. Green raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued, and reached out to open the door. Hearing the sound, the man outside turned his face forward. Hello, Mr. Green. I am Matt Murdock, or, you can call me Daredevil. Are you here to sell your merchandise? Green scratched his cheek, information about the man quickly flashing through his mind. Matt Murdock. Blinded by radioactive material while saving someone as a child, he gained superhuman senses and a radar-like spatial perception. Trained under stick, he is a master of martial arts and staff fighting, using a modified blind cane as his weapon. Because his father was killed by a gang and the law was powerless to punish them, he embarked on the path of dual justice, a lawyer by day, and the guardian of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil, by night. No, of course not. Matt adjusted his sunglasses. I have been formally commissioned by Mr. Wilson Grant Fisk to come and conduct peace talks with you. Given that your movements are difficult to track, and according to the information Mr. Wilson possesses, this residence is one of your few fixed strongholds. I came here to try my luck. He paused, seemingly sensing Green's reaction, before continuing. Fortunately, you are indeed here. Hey, he actually asked a vigilante like you for help. Green found it somewhat amusing and stepped aside to make way. Come in and talk. Thank you. Matt folded his blind cane, walked inside, and closed the door behind him. He stopped at the entryway, habitually preparing to take off his shoes. Don't bother with that, just come in, Green's voice came from inside. Hearing this, Matt stopped unloosing his laces and stepped up into the living room like a normal person. Don't look around blindly. I'll keep it under control, Matt responded. The angle of the blind cane in his hand shifted imperceptibly as he actively cut off the sensory feedback from any space other than the living room. He did this because that man was radiating a faint killing intent. If he overstepped even slightly, the other party would kill him. What benefits did he promise you? Green walked toward the open kitchen. None, but he promised that once the situation settles, he will permanently shut down all his drug channels in Hell's Kitchen. Matt sat on the sofa, his blind cane leaning against his leg. Hey. Green opened the refrigerator and picked out a drink. Scar said the same thing to his brother and his nephew. Haven't you heard of killing with a borrowed knife? Whether you live or die, it's a win for him. What are you drinking? Water is fine. Green tossed the water to him. So, what do I get? As long as you agree not to let the situation escalate further, Mr. Fisk will give you a satisfactory answer. Matt caught the water. That answer in itself makes me very dissatisfied. Green sat on the single sofa diagonally opposite him, his arm resting on the backrest. And, specifically, to what extent does escalation refer? Matt fell silent for a moment, his face behind the sunglasses turning slightly toward Green. I've heard of your methods, Mr. Green. You don't belong to any side in the traditional sense, your moral compass is quite flexible. Therefore, I implore you, regardless of the grievances between you, do not involve Wilson's family. However, he did not hear an immediate answer from Green. This is bad. He had an ominous premonition. He leaned forward, his voice dropping as he asked with a hint of incredulous inquiry. You haven't already made a move on them, have you? Inside the hotel suite, Kingpin looked down at the circular hole in the floor. Bloodstains remained on the floor of the room below. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the room. The subordinates around him even lightened their breathing, afraid of provoking this mountain of flesh on the verge of an explosion. We've checked all the surveillance. Only James dared to step forward at this time, handing him a tablet. Green moved them through the hotel's trash disposal chute and then took them away through the sewer system. Kingpin took the tablet. The screen showed a high-definition freeze frame. A man wearing a green felt hat was facing the camera, grinning as he held up his middle finger. Why didn't the monitoring room raise an alarm? Kingpin's voice was low, devoid of emotion. They said the twins from the tactical team took control of the monitoring room. An hour after Green left, the twins also fled by car and took the earliest flight out of the country, James reported truthfully. Crack. Kingpin's fingers suddenly tightened, and the tablet screen shattered. Tiny electric sparks splattered between his fingers. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently as he tried to suppress the rage that was nearly breaking through his reason. Also, James continued, his voice becoming more cautious. Bullseye is also missing. However, there are news reports from the dock area about an injured person found with both hands severed. It's likely him. He probably suspects we betrayed him. I see. Kingpin squeezed those words out from between his teeth, the veins on his temples bulging. His left hand, hanging at his side, clenched into a fist. The gold ring was snapped by his expanding finger and fell onto the carpet. Wait for Matt's call. Cancel all alerts and terminate all operational plans against Green. He was, of course, aware of Matt Murdock's other identity. In fact, it could be said that he had always tacitly allowed Daredevil's activities in Hell's Kitchen. A symbolic vigilante, a figure seemingly opposing him, was precisely his best cover. If even such a check and balance did not exist, if the power he displayed lacked a superficial opponent, then the people sitting in higher positions would no longer just be wary, they would feel threatened and take more direct, uncompromising action. Chaos needs to be managed, and a controllable, symbolic, opponent is part of that management. Sir. James hesitated, which was rare for him. James. Kingpin interrupted him and slowly turned his head. That bloodshot single eye stared fixedly at his deputy, swirling with suppressed madness and a trace of nearly imperceptible fear. My Richard and my Vanessa are in his hands. I don't want to be fishing their body parts out of the Hudson River tomorrow. Understood. James's expression tightened. Without another word, he immediately turned to deploy the orders. Seeing this, the other subordinates in the room showed pleading expressions, their eyes following James's back. Take us with you. Matt felt things were getting tricky now. Looking at Green, who had an air of total indifference, he felt a twinge of regret. Taking this commission for that sliver of hope seemed like a mistake. The information gap between him and Kingpin made it impossible for him to judge how far the situation had deteriorated. Did you kill them? He finally chose the most direct question. Not for the time being. Don't. Matt almost blurted out. Realizing his tone was inappropriate, he quickly lowered his voice and added. I mean, please, they're just ordinary people. Your so-called ordinary people and Kingpin share a common destiny. The beautiful life they enjoy is built on the ruins of others' homes. I was planning to leave only one alive. Matt was silent for a moment. Then you'll have to owe me a favor. Fine. Matt didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Hey. Green chuckled. A hero's favor. This deal sounded interesting. Seeing that Green seemed to be in a good mood, Matt didn't dare delay. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed the number. It was picked up almost the instant it was dialed. He handed the phone to Green. You actually looked for the police. Green took the phone, his tone slightly mocking. This is an unconventional measure. On the other end of the line, Kingpin's voice was unusually calm, showing no emotion. The last time we met, you had your men fire at me. I'm sorry. You also dug something out of me. I'm sorry too. Is my family still alive? An uncontrollable sound of exhaling came from the other end of the phone. So, what can you give me? Don't mention the bullseye matter. I did that myself, it doesn't count as your apology. Dragon bone. Kingpin slowly uttered two words. You have a lead. Green's eyes narrowed. Dragon bone originated from a divine dragon named Sholao. Every long period, it would be reborn through nirvana, and the shell left behind was the dragon bone containing mysterious power. Most dragon bones were recovered by the guardians of Kunlun, but buried deep beneath Hell's Kitchen was the remains of a rebirth from thousands of years ago. Its effect was very powerful, capable of bringing the dead back to life and granting a long lifespan. However, the price was that resurrection would permanently damage the soul, and most of the resurrected fell into madness. As for the longevity gained from dragon bone, if its use was interrupted, the user would die of rapid organ failure. According to the information Green possessed, the power closest to the dragon bone was the hand. Now it seemed Kingpin was also secretly plotting for the same piece of meat. We can cooperate, Kingpin's voice continued. Dragon bone, a 60-40 split. Fine, I want 60%. I have more than just myself to share it with. 40% at most. Then I also want double the original mission fee. Green, you're very greedy. Yeah, not giving it. Deal. Now, give me back my family. I'll arrange for a middleman with enough weight. Matt will do. Wilson, are you a 3-year-old? Or has your brain been squeezed out by your muscles? Green sneered, then his tone shifted with a hint of malicious teasing. Oh, right, your wife is very moist. After saying that, he hung up and tossed the phone back to Matt. Matt listened with trepidation, not only because of the content of the conversation but also the atmosphere between the two. They didn't sound like mortal enemies, they sounded more like old friends. As long as there were enough common interests, the boundary between friend and foe could be blurred. Especially Kingpin. After confirming his family's safety, he immediately displayed the tactics and negotiating posture befitting an underworld emperor. And Green clearly didn't fall into the other's rhythm, instead, he took the initiative. Matt felt like he was just a part of the play between them. You can go now. Then they. Matt looked into the house, referring to Kingpin's wife and son. Wait outside. Okay. Matt tactfully said no more, stood up, and left. At this time, Laura had also finished her shower. She walked out wearing Green's oversized t-shirt, which hung loosely on her small frame. She didn't want to tear off the excess fabric and just stared blankly at Green, seemingly waiting for an instruction. Go eat something. Green walked past her and habitually rubbed her wet short hair. Oh. Green walked into the bathroom, opened the hidden door, and injected Vanessa with the antidote. She slowly woke up, her eyes carrying a hint of resentment after being offended. Your behavior is not gentlemanly at all. Her voice was weak. The stinging pain in her buttocks made her suspect. Just how much anesthetic did this fool give her? He was cautious to an excessive degree, which even made her doubt her own charm. Which head of Hydra do you belong to? Green used a knife to cut the straps on her body. You'll find out. Wait, it's Madam Hydra. Vanessa tried to maintain a sense of mystery, but quickly spoke as Green pressed the blade against her cheek, drawing a tiny line of blood. He stared into her eyes, confirming that her pupils did not dilate physiologically due to a lie. After this, don't presumptuously test me again, understand? Unless I look for you. Green didn't use force, he just sheathed the knife. However, the killing intent that radiated from him was more bone-chilling than the ice water she had been soaked in earlier. Understood. She couldn't help but clench her fists, her nails piercing her palms to force herself to stay calm. Let's go. Green threw her clothes and those ingenious, lethal hidden weapons back to her, then watched her calmly as she re-equipped herself piece by piece and put on her clothes. Subsequently, he dragged out the still unconscious Richard and stuffed the mother and son into the car waiting outside. Thanks. Matt, in the driver's seat, smiled at Green beside the car. Don't be too naive. You're nothing more than a messenger. The smile at the corner of Matt's mouth stiffened for a moment. However, I like polite people. Goodbye. Green's tone shifted as he patted the roof of the car. Hey. Matt gave a bitter smile, turned back, and stepped on the gas. The car slowly drove away. In the back seat, Vanessa looked back through the rear window at Green standing at the door with a complex gaze until his figure disappeared behind the closing door. Buzz buzz. Just then, Matt's phone rang, vibrating urgently. Mrs. Fisk, it's for you. Matt glanced at the caller ID and handed the phone to the back seat. Thank you. Vanessa took it and answered the call. Hey, honey, are you okay? Kingpin's voice came through, carrying a rare tension. Just a bit tired, but I'm fine. Richard is okay too. Vanessa stroked the hair of her son, who was still sleeping beside her. But Kingpin keenly caught that word, tired. Did Green do something to you? His voice dropped. No, he didn't even deign to touch me. He's as cold-blooded as a tundra wolf. Wilson, I was really scared at the time. Really. When you get back, strip me and check for yourself, you fool. Vanessa's voice suddenly rose with the indignation of being questioned, and she then threw the phone back to the front seat with a thud. Matt, the innocent bystander, was hit on the back of his hand. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This feeling was truly absurd. He, Daredevil, the vigilante of Hell's Kitchen, was currently acting as a chauffeur, carrying the wife and son of the local's biggest gang leader, and even had to overhear their domestic dispute. He silently picked up the phone, which had a chipped corner, and touched it with heartache. He had just bought this. The call hadn't even been hung up yet. Kingpin's voice, hurriedly explaining, could be vaguely heard from the receiver. A sudden sense of dark humor rose in Matt's heart. He put the phone to his ear. Yes. The other side went quiet. Ahem. Kingpin cleared his throat, his voice returning to its usual steady tone. I am very grateful for everything you've done. Then what we agreed on before. Matt reminded him at the appropriate time. Beep. 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 The call was hung up. Kingpin had obviously calculated that, with Matt's moral code, he would never make things difficult for the mother and son in the back seat. Matt held the disconnected phone, a sense of stifled frustration welling up in his heart. He wanted to curse, but the family of the person he wanted to curse was right behind him, so he could only force himself to swallow his words. He squeezed the steering wheel hard with both hands, his knuckles turning slightly white. And so, a world where only Matt Murdock was hurt was achieved. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.